Agony. A raw, indescribable agony tore through him, as if every strand of his soul was being ripped apart, ground into dust, and reassembled only to be broken again. It swallowed everything he was. Holy crap! Why does it hurt this much? The words left him instinctively, though they didn't travel through air. They didn't travel through anything at all. He forced his eyes open, if they could even be called that, and froze. There was no up, no down, no distance, no matter. Only a storm of colors, endless and impossible, churning like deep-sea currents made of emotion and entropy. Nebulae glimmered beside pits of hungry blackness. Silent roars mingled with whispered screams. Creation and annihilation danced together, and he floated in the center of this impossible ocean. He tried to look at his own hands, to ground himself, but his perception didn't obey the rules he once understood. He had no viewpoint. He saw in every direction at once, above, below, behind, within, and beyond. And what he saw was himself, a shape made of data streams and symbols, spiraling and weaving like living circuitry. They pulsed with energy, flowing like blood and light simultaneously. Each thread of his existence carried information, raw, readable, open-source reality. For a moment, the act of observing himself soothed the agony, like a broken program stabilizing when an administrator finally checks the logs. At last he could think. From the depths of his new consciousness, a foreign memory surfaced, something he had never lived, but which fit perfectly into the architecture of what he had become. He understood. He had died, and then changed, not resurrected but transformed, recompiled. He had become a deity, newborn and unstable, carrying the dominion of information and data. And the place he drifted in had many names. The Immaterium, the realm of souls, the sea of emotion, the high heavens. But its most infamous, most lethal title was the Warp. Oh my God, this is Warhammer 40K. He didn't know whether to panic, laugh, or curl up into a metaphysical ball. On one hand, he was a god now. Eternal life, if no one annihilated him, was theoretically his. Power beyond any mortal soldier, even beyond an Astartes. On the other hand, he was in the Warp, the backyard of the Chaos Gods. And someone like Vashtor, the demon prince of the machine, would salivate over an authority like information and data. Terrabyte, though he had not yet chosen that name, was basically walking soul stake. His first instinct was primal. Can I go back home? Back to Earth. Back to the harmless blue planet with no demons and no galaxy-spanning genocidal empires. Back where a being like him would be an endgame boss thrown into a preschool. Yet the moment he wished it, a surge of information tore through him. Websites, message boards, streaming videos, encrypted communications, deep web transactions, IoT device logs, military databases, petabytes of raw global data. Every system on Earth, military or civilian, online or isolated, open to him. He could touch them all, see them all, command them all. The realization hit quickly. His authority was now woven into Earth's entire infosphere. If he could return physically, this would instantly become the story of an unstoppable god game. But he couldn't, because Earth had no warp, no immaterium substrate that could anchor his divine form. Earth's information ecosystem was far too small to hold him. He was a cosmic whale. Earth was a puddle. Forcing a return would collapse him, or the planet. The grief that washed through him lasted. Who knew how long? A second? A century? Time didn't matter here. Eventually, the emotion faded, deleted like a corrupted file. He forced himself to reorganize his thoughts. The warp was lethal. Everything here was an apex predator. He was weak, painfully weak for a god. After integrating Earth's entire infosphere, he calculated that it had taken 0.2 seconds of real universe time. For a god, that was glacial. Had Cinch already stolen half his soul? Had some warp entity leached his birthright? Regardless, his instinct screamed the truth. Just as tyrannids devoured biomass, he needed to devour information. Not physically. His default state was to copy, not consume. But consumption was possible if needed. Survival depended on feeding. Speaking of which, he muttered, I should give myself a name. He considered where he came from, what he was now, what he controlled. A digital god, born from data, trapped in the warp. Terrabyte, he decided. Yeah, that fits. And in the warp, names were power. Terrabyte drifted through the warp with no destination, no anchor, and no sense of how long he had been moving. Time and space meant nothing here. Only a constant tide of emotion and raw psychic turbulence. But with the authority of information and data woven into his being, he navigated this hell with the caution of a stealth operative carrying the best sensor suite in existence. Every time a surge of emotion hinted at a nearby presence, a storm of rage, a spike of despair, a ripple of predatory hunger, he immediately reversed course. If the energy signature suggested even a greater demon, he didn't hesitate. He left. Survival first. Opportunity later. If he didn't live long enough, he wouldn't have a future to care about anyway. That method kept him alive, though it cost him countless potential encounters. Terrabyte didn't mind. Better to miss chances than to die screaming in the jaws of something with too many mouths and not enough mercy. Eventually, hours, centuries, or a heartbeat later, his perception detected a faint fluctuation. The pattern was familiar. He had seen it once before. A warp rift. A real space breach. Last time, he'd watched its Tsiantian blue horror squeeze its ridiculous form through one of these cracks. He had considered grabbing the creature for study, but anything belonging to a chaos god was something he refused to touch. This time was different. This rift wasn't owned by anyone. No chaos mark, no patron, no trap. Terrabyte scanned it again and again, sweeping it thousands of times, checking every conceivable parameter. Still nothing. An unclaimed, naturally formed rift. Perfect. He wasn't afraid of an ambush either. He had seen Scarbrand from a great distance once, a walking apocalypse of rage, and marked the demon's power as a personal benchmark. Later, he had secretly probed a chaos demon prince of half that strength. The prince never realized it had been studied. That experiment had proven something crucial. Terrabyte was unrivaled in detection, concealment, and escape. Unless some unfathomable warp overlord set out to trap him personally, he could slip past anything. And if one of the great ones really did notice him, then lying down and accepting oblivion was probably the best strategy anyway. Confident in his scans, Terrabyte extended a thin strand of his perception into the rift, like threading a needle through the fabric of reality. Immediately, he sensed it. A planet. A real one. And even better, it was full of intelligent life. His awareness exploded outward like an invisible net, sweeping across the world centered on the rift. The planet's situation became clear in moments. Perdicia, a dying world riddled with conflict. Humans clinging to survival. Orcs roaring their endless whack. Dark Eldar, slavers hunting in the shadows. Chaos cultists rotting the cities from within. Genestealers infiltrating everything else. Yeah, Terrabyte muttered to himself. Humans are not having a great time. Yet another problem became obvious, his limitations. His sensory range could barely encompass this planet. The rest of the star system was beyond him. He had hoped to use the rift to expand outward like a snowball, consuming more information, growing stronger. But Perdicia's static information was too little. He had already harvested everything from biology to weapon schematics, and though the weakness in his being eased slightly, it wasn't nearly enough. Still, there was another type of information. Dynamic information. Communications. Battles. Betrayals. Orders. Strategies. Construction. Social behavior. Panic. Courage. Living minds generated an endless stream of data, and Terrabyte could drink from it like a wellspring. He was tired of wandering the warp. Better to stay here, next to a planet full of thinking beings, than hope for another perfect rift to appear again. And quickly, one truth became obvious. War was the greatest generator of information. Among all species on Perdicia, humanity's output was the richest, dense with emotion, reasoning, creativity, and chaos. A brutal war pushed humans to produce oceans of high-quality information, which is exactly what Terrabyte needed to survive. But there was a problem. The humans here were losing, badly. Their only organized force was a tattered Astra Militarum regiment. Even if Terrabyte gave them perfect intelligence, orc tech breakdowns, dark Eldar patterns, Genestealer maps, it wouldn't matter. The imbalance in numbers and strength was too extreme. If humanity was going to remain useful as an information source, they needed reinforcements. Soldiers. Dozens. Thousands. Millions. Preferably ones who could shoot, drive, and fight the moment they arrived. He could create bodies. Easy. Souls, however, were another matter. If creating souls were simple, the Chaos Gods wouldn't covet them so desperately. Then an idea struck him. Terrabyte split a portion of his awareness, tracing the invisible thread that still linked him to Earth's infosphere. If his information could pass through the divide, could something from Earth pass back the same way? Could souls travel that bridge? If so, the soldiers he needed might already exist. Not here, but on the other side. Terrabyte's consciousness brightened. So that's it. The souls I need might be within reach.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Terrabyte redirected his perception to the other end of that link, his old home, Earth. A torrent of data instantly flooded him, and he quickly completed the comparison and processing of information. The results showed that during the time he had been wandering in the warp, decades had passed on Earth. Technology was more advanced than when he left, and the urban landscape had changed significantly, but the social structure remained largely the same. None of this was Terrabyte's main focus. He only cared about one thing. The concept that once only existed in science fiction literature and movies, fully immersive virtual reality technology, had become a reality and was quite widespread. This saves a lot of trouble. A flicker of joy crossed Terrabyte's consciousness. He had originally been contemplating how to explain and promote a completely new interactive concept to Earth's users from scratch, but now it seemed the infrastructure had already been laid out for him. With a thought, he began to retrieve the massive amount of visual data he had just scanned from Perdicia. Like a director with infinite material and top-tier editing software, he casually selected the most shocking and despair-filled, magnificent scenes and edited them together. Terrabyte had no intention of hiding his existence. He had intended from the start for this so-called game to be known to everyone. He was, after all, a minor deity now, and even his casual editing, in terms of precise emotional manipulation and information transfer efficiency, far surpassed any top advertising company on Earth. He directly uploaded this promotional video, titled Warhammer 40K, to all public online platforms on Earth, not even bothering to come up with a name. Next, it was time to create the game itself. Directly letting ordinary people on Earth log into the battlefield empty-handed was definitely not an option. They wouldn't be facing AI programmed by a computer, but battle-hardened orc veterans and cunning, deadly Xenos. Doing that wouldn't be playing a game. It would be pure cannon fodder for the enemy. A support system had to be added. First, a data panel that could display body status, ammo count, and mission objectives in detail was essential. This was the absolute basic. Then, all detected enemies needed to be highlighted, especially in Perdicia's dim and chaotic environment, to prevent players from being blind. Add a clear and discernible kill confirmation sound effect, so players could immediately know if they had successfully eliminated a target in a chaotic battle. Most importantly, an adaptive system to simplify operations. It would allow a player who had never touched a firearm to instantly grasp the basic aiming, shooting, and reloading procedures through a consciousness link the moment he held a Lasgun. It would enable an ordinary person without even a driver's license to immediately understand how to start and drive a Chimera armored vehicle after sitting in its cockpit. Finally, to ensure players had enough game time and contributed enough dynamic information to his server, it would be best to add thought acceleration. Not too fast, just a 1-to-3 ratio. 1 minute passing on Earth would equal 3 minutes in the game. This would greatly increase online time without causing mental problems for players due to too large a difference in thought speed. Everything was meticulously designed, but at the last step, creating player bodies, Terrabyte encountered a small problem. It wasn't too difficult, actually. When he scanned the remaining humans on Perditious Star, he found their gene pool was quite chaotic. The genetic similarity between various humans was very low, with the maximum difference even reaching 50%. This made him unsure which gene to use as a template for mass-producing the player's physical bodies. After much thought, he simply gave up on choosing and decided to randomize it. When a player logged in, the system would randomly select a template from the gene pool he had established. This was both fair and added to the fun of the game. After completion, Terrabyte checked the entire game system several times and felt that the preliminary framework was complete. Next, it was time to verify its feasibility through practice. Robert, 24 years old this year, is a gaming VR streamer. A series of urgent phone notifications woke Robert from his sleep. Annoyed, he grabbed his phone from the bedside table and, squinting, unlocked the screen. The dazzling screen light made him instinctively want to throw the phone away. But then he saw a barrage of ads and private messages in the notification bar. It was his fan group. Fans were desperately at ING him, and the content was surprisingly consistent. Bobby B. Lazy Streamer, stop sleeping. Go watch the Warhammer 40K promotional video. It's explosive. Crazy, crazy. Old Warhammer fans are ascending on the spot. Bobby, make a video quickly. This is definitely the strongest contender of the year. Robert was momentarily bewildered. Warhammer 40K. How old was this IP? Didn't GW, the British company that developed it, go bankrupt in the new century's virtual reality wave due to poor management? Now, even many newcomers in the gaming industry don't know what Warhammer is. Which crazy genius would make a promotional video for such an old-fashioned subject? With a hint of curiosity, Robert sat up from his bed and put on the augmented reality glasses from his bedside table. Play the latest Warhammer 40K promotional video received. His vision was instantly dominated by the content of the promotional video. The opening was not a grand interstellar battlefield, but an extremely narrow, oppressive metal space, looking like the interior of some old bunker. Dim lights cast flickering shadows on the rusty bulkheads, and the air seemed to be filled with a mixed scent of machine oil, sweat, and recycled air. The camera's focus was on a young soldier who was irritably rummaging through his empty backpack. He sighed in disappointment and looked up at an old soldier next to him who was wiping a Lasgun. "Boss, got any more booze?" "Give me a swig," the young soldier asked weakly. The grizzled old soldier didn't even lift his head, replying gruffly, "Save it, kid. Rations have been cut for 3 days. Where'd I get booze for you? Besides, drinking on an empty stomach isn't good. You'll shit yourself to death, kid." Hearing this, the young soldier's face showed a strange smile. He patted his shriveled stomach. "Who said I'm on an empty stomach?" He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that was both complaining and bragging. "That corpse starch they handed out 3 days ago, I still feel it clogging up my guts now. Without a drink, I just can't bloody digest it." This hellish joke instantly eased the tense atmosphere around them. A brief, suppressed burst of laughter echoed in the bunker, interspersed with a few empathetic curses. One soldier laughed and gently kicked the young soldier's shin, and a strange, morbidly cheerful atmosphere, born of desperation, permeated the entire space. Robert's lips were just about to curl into a smile. He could see how much effort the production team had put into the various models, whether it was the furrowed wrinkles on the soldiers' faces, the wear and tear on their equipment, or their incredibly natural interactions. Everything was terrifyingly real. At a glance, he couldn't even tell the difference from the real world. He subconsciously assumed this was a story-driven game that intended to showcase its plot with top-tier detail and dark humor. The next second, a sudden change occurred. No warning, no whistling. A blinding crimson beam, like a red-hot branding iron slicing through butter, silently traversed the entire screen. That beam precisely cut through the young soldier who had been speaking at his waist. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. The smile on the soldier's face instantly froze, replaced by an incomprehensible bewilderment. His mouth still held the triumphant shape from finishing his sentence, but his eyes had already glazed over. Immediately after, under the force of gravity, his upper body smoothly and slowly slid sideways from the waist. During this process, a sight that made Robert's stomach churn violently occurred. As the upper body shifted, a perfect charred black cross-section, burned by high heat, was exposed to the air, and from the wound of the lower body, scalding, dark red blood gushed out like a bursting dam. That wasn't the common red particle effect seen in games, but viscous, steaming liquid, closely followed by tangled, still slightly wriggling, colorful intestines and shattered organ tissue. All of this, with slow-motion clarity, splattered across the entire camera, or, to be precise, Robert's face. A sensation of warmth and a nauseatingly strong smell of rust seemed to genuinely hit his face. He could even clearly see a small coiled piece of intestine and fragmented liver tissue splattered on the virtual lens. Inside the bunker, the explosive laughter of comrades was instantly replaced by terrified screams and gasps of horror. He froze, even subconsciously raising his hand to wipe his face, only realizing what had happened when his hand touched his face, blurting out, "Holy crap!" The promotional video continued. Orcs' wild charges, the Dark Eldar's elegant yet deadly massacres, Genestealer's stealth in the shadows. Every scene carried a suffocating sense of realism and despair. It felt like a documentary filmed by a war correspondent risking his life. After the promotional video ended, Robert took off his glasses. He was stunned for a long time before he finally managed to recover from the intense shock. The after effects were too strong. At the same time, as an experienced gaming upstreamer, he acutely noticed the extraordinary technological prowess displayed behind this promotional video. Currently, no company on the market had a virtual reality game that could achieve this level. Just this unique sense of realism alone was enough to attract a large number of players seeking a hardcore experience. It could be said that this game, directly named Warhammer 40K, had no competitors on the market and absolutely no possibility of failing spectacularly. But a huge question also arose in his mind. How did such a bloody promotional video pass the review of various platform censorship agencies? Of course, he didn't know that Terrabyte had directly forced it online, and now the information security departments of major countries were already sweating profusely looking at this promotional video. Terrabyte did not perform any form of screening. In its logic, when the observation scale was elevated to the level of an entire species, individual differences became insignificant, placing the smartest and the most foolish individuals on Earth side by side. Their mental activities, in Terrabyte's eyes, were nothing more than two chaotic electrochemical signals of roughly similar complexity. Just as humans wouldn't meticulously select which ant was better suited to carry a grain of rice, Terrabyte wasn't bothered to distinguish which soul was more suitable for its game. Thus, amidst the data stream of hundreds of millions of registrations, it merely extended an invisible tendril and gently prodded 10 times. 10 lucky, or perhaps unlucky, individuals were thus born. The game streamer Robert was one of these 10. The sensation of consciousness detaching from the real world lasted less than a second, immediately followed by a tsunami of sensory information that completely overwhelmed Robert. Cold, coarse fabric rubbed against his skin. The hard-soled military boots underfoot provided a firm sensation, and the air was filled with an indescribably complex scent. His hastily chosen game ID, Dr. Dixie Normus, floated above his head in light green text. The surrounding environment was dim and oppressive, with rusty metal walls. He could seemingly hear the low rumble of some large machinery in the distance. This unparalleled realism made his heart pound, and instinctively, he tried to take a deep breath to calm himself. Cough, 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 cough. Ugh. A breath inhaled into his lungs felt like swallowing a whole piece of glowing charcoal, and the scent of industrial waste, acidic fumes, and rotting organic matter instantly ignited his respiratory tract. Robert was choked, tears streaming down his face, and he bent over like a boiled shrimp, coughing violently. He was not an exception. Looking around, the other 8 players, dressed in the same uniform as him, also wore expressions of utter shock, and their alternating coughs formed a symphony of pain in the bunker. Holy crap! One player, leaning against the wall, finally caught his breath, his face flushed red as he complained, "This crappy air is more choking than swallowing an entire cigar." Is the development team sick? Putting so much effort into such details. Real, too real. Another person wiped away tears, his voice trembling. Just as everyone was gradually getting used to the dreadful air, an exclamation broke the awkward silence. "Dude, how are you a goddamn ogre? Goddamn!" This shout instantly drew everyone's attention. In the furthest corner of the room, a figure almost touched the ceiling. He was 2 heads taller than an average person, his shoulders as wide as a door, and his thick arms were even more exaggerated than a normal person's thighs. On his slightly simple-looking head, his facial features were squeezed together, and he was staring blankly at everyone. This Ogren player, who had given himself the classic ID of evasion, scratched his bald scalp and spoke in a booming, muffled voice. "I don't know. The system didn't tell me I could choose a race." His pure, South-flavored accent made one player laugh. "Oh wow, an old friend from Jersey." The Ogren player looked even more confused. "How did you hear that? I don't think I have an accent. Could it be a randomly assigned race?" Robert speculated, which seemed to be the only explanation. "Holy moly, then I'm pretty lucky." The player who had complained about the air earlier patted his chest. "Good thing I didn't become a beast man, or I'd be shot by the Inquisition as soon as I landed." Just as these players were joking around, and the atmosphere was gradually heating up. Bang! With a loud crash, the already dilapidated iron door was kicked clean off by a gleaming military boot. A man in a black trench coat, a high-peaked military cap, and a stern face stood at the doorway. His crimson epaulets and belt were particularly striking in the dim light. "Commissar." His gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, swept over everyone present. The authority and oppressive feeling in his eyes made these fearless players collectively recall their high school days, when their homeroom teacher stood by the back door window. The information popping up on the data panel also showed his name, Walter Fuller. In an instant, everyone's bodies stiffened, and almost instinctively, they all stood at attention, their joking expressions instantly frozen. Commissar Walter seemed quite pleased with this reaction, a nearly imperceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "Not bad, man. Not bad." Then, he roared with a volume that could shake the entire bunker. "Follow me." His gaze finally fell on the towering Ogren. He walked forward, deliberately slowing his speech, and used the simplest, most direct words. "Big guy me, boss. You follow me." "Understood." The Ogren player froze for a moment, then instinctively nodded heavily. A flicker of surprise crossed Walter's eyes. This Ogren, so smart? But he had no time to ponder. The front lines were urgent, and to have a batch of cannon fodder that didn't show obvious malnutrition and understood basic obedience was already a blessing from the Emperor. The group of players, knowing full well this was triggering the main quest, obediently followed the Commissar and boarded a Chimera troop transport, its interior cramped and smelling of engine oil. The vehicle started with a jolt. Robert grabbed a handrail and couldn't help but ask, "Commissar Walter, where are our lost guns?" Walter glanced at him, his tone as flat as if commenting on the weather. "What's the rush? When we get there, there'll be plenty of guns for you to take. If you're lucky, you might even pick up a master-crafted bolter." Robert's heart sank, and a very ominous premonition arose. Did that mean they would have to strip them from corpses on the front lines? Discovering that the NPC could trigger dialogue so smoothly, the other players immediately became interested and began their newbie village questioning session in a flurry of chatter. Commissar, logically, our squad's NCO should be leading us, so why are you personally picking us up? The chain of command is long gone, Walter replied without looking back. Be grateful you even have a living officer to lead you. Commissar, are we fighting orcs or genus dealers this time? Young man, you have quite the dreams. First, pray you can defeat a giant scavenging worm in the lower hive sewage pit in a one-on-one fight. Commissar, are you from the Schola Progenium? Your demeanor is extraordinary. If I were from the Schola Progenium, would I be exiled here to command you lot of cannon fodder? Commissar, how old are you? Are you married? Would you consider a man? Walter suddenly turned around, his icy gaze making the player swallow the latter half of his sentence. My life belongs to the Emperor, soldier. I suggest you quickly adopt the same realization, or I won't hesitate to use my bolt pistol to help you remember it. Commissar. Finally, seeing these questions become increasingly nonsensical, even starting to verge on a Turing test, Walter's patience reached its limit. He couldn't believe he got saddled with the bouffons. Where do you all get so much nonsense from? He slammed his hand against the inner wall of the vehicle with a loud clang. All of you be quiet. Say one more bit, and I'll throw you out of the vehicle to experience the Hive City's air purification system. The vehicle instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, the players lowered their voices and communicated in whispers. The Commissar seems a bit angry. What should we do? Then let's not ask anymore. We don't even know the death penalty in this game. What if the Commissar really kills us? Whose fault would that be? Kane in the corner, after hearing this, nodded heavily and rumbled his agreement. Makes sense. Walter, who was driving, almost couldn't maintain his composure when he heard that. Did you, an Ogren, even understand what they were saying? And you think it makes sense? He suddenly regretted coming to receive this batch of suddenly arrived new recruits. Who would have thought they would be so lively? This attitude wasn't like going to war. It was more like going on a tour. But there was no choice. If their defenses didn't receive manpower replenishment, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the onslaught of lower hive riders. And in the warp, undetectable by anyone, was where Terrabyte resided. The god of information looked at his experimental results with satisfaction. It seemed his perception filter was successfully deployed, and no one had discovered any abnormalities. Now, he only needed to anticipate what surprises the active-minded players would bring him. The metal carriage violently jolted with the rugged terrain, and the players were tossed around like sardines in a can. The silence brought by the Commissar's reprimand didn't last long. After confirming that he didn't seem to genuinely intend to kill them, the players resumed a new round of whispered discussions. Speaking of which, a player lowered his voice, cleverly avoiding the Commissar's hearing range. Do we still not know how to level up in this game? This question was like a stone thrown into a pond, immediately creating ripples. Yeah, another person echoed, seemingly constantly operating on his virtual panel. I've practically worn out the panel, and besides body data and ID, there's nothing else. No experience bar, no skill tree, nothing. Robert steadied himself amidst the jolting, holding onto the cold metal inner wall, and after a moment of contemplation, said, It's normal for mechanisms to be incomplete during the closed beta. However, I do have a guess. Everyone's gaze converged on him. Since the developers have made every aspect of this world so realistic, Robert slowly articulated his thoughts. Then for us to level up, will we also have to operate like in reality? Reality. The Ogren player in the corner scratched his head, looking puzzled. Which reality? This Warhammer world isn't realistic, is it? However, other players quickly understood Robert's implied meaning. One player's eyes lit up, and he interjected. You mean, we have to climb the ranks ourselves within the Astra Militarum system? If we want to get stronger, we have to earn merits and awards. If we want to change equipment, we have to get it ourselves. If we want to become Space Marines, we have to find a way to get gene seeds and undergo the chapter's trials. This guess caused the atmosphere in the carriage to freeze. But wouldn't that be too hardcore? A player questioned. No guidance, no clear objectives, all relying on self-exploration? How many people would be willing to keep playing like that? This game has been on a hardcore path from the very beginning. Robert shook his head, his tone resolute. Don't forget, just the blood and gore splattering across the screen in the promotional video was enough to scare away a lot of people, wasn't it? In the depths of the warp, imperceptible to mortals, Terrabyte quietly observed all of this. This mortal, named Dr. Dixie Normus, had guessed correctly. The existence of players was itself a product of its sudden whim. It had not placed too high expectations on these fragile souls. Their wisdom and power were negligible on a cosmic scale. However, their numbers and immortal characteristic could bring a turning point for the humans of Perdicia, who were in dire straits. On this point, Terrabyte had no doubt. Merely helping to hold a battle line or clear an area occupied by Xenos, the immortal players could play a role far exceeding an equivalent number of mortal troops. Yet, when looking at the entire galaxy, this effect seemed quite limited. Even if tens of millions of players could be mobilized at once, their influence could at most decide the fate of one or two planets. Not to mention the tedious journey, often spanning years or even decades, from one star system to another, which would likely cause over half of the players to choose to log off. Unless its future power could become stronger, strong enough to tear the veil of reality, allowing players to log on and off freely in any corner of the galaxy at any point in time. Then they would no longer be simple reinforcements, but a ghostly force capable of appearing at any critical historical juncture, enough to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Terrabyte's thoughts produced a strange fluctuation. Then wouldn't this become a second Cursed Legion? An immortal ghost legion composed of countless mortal souls, obeying its command. Well, now mortals also have their own Cursed Legion prepared by. Terrabyte temporarily placed these slightly strange whims in a corner of its memory palace. Now is not the time to ponder such distant questions. Its attention returned to the bumpy troop transport and to these 10 vibrant, yet fragile souls. The rear hatch of the troop transport slammed down, accompanied by a harsh metallic screech and a hot blast of air, mixed with gunpowder, ozone, and a strong smell of blood, rushed in. Before the players inside could complain, Commissar Walter kicked each of them out. "Get out! Quick! All of you move it!" What lay before them was a living painting of hell. They were behind a crude trench line, with metal barricades and sandbags scattered across the scorched earth. In the distance, dazzling energy beams occasionally cut through the dim sky, each explosion shaking the ground. And nearby, at their feet, lay layers of bodies dressed in identical uniforms. By the Emperor, "You lot are too green." Commissar Walter covered his face, letting out a nearly despairing groan. He looked at the 10 figures before him, who were looking around like headless chickens, and felt his temples throbbing. Indeed, it was the worst-case scenario Robert had anticipated. Walter extended his gloved hand, pointing to the horrifying carpet of corpses, dirt, and broken equipment, and said in an unchallengeable tone of command, "Your weapons are over there." Almost simultaneously, a crimson system prompt box popped up in all players' vision. Emergency mission, battlefield preparation. Mission objective: within 15 minutes, find a usable weapon for yourself. Mission countdown: 14:59. Failure penalty: you will face the Emperor's enemies unarmed. Holy crap! Seriously, a nightmare start? Scavenging equipment from corpses? This game is insane. I'm reporting it. There's player abuse. Despite their frantic complaints, watching the countdown tick away, the players still suppressed the churning nausea in their stomachs and bravely plunged into the pile of corpses. They clumsily rummaged through the grotesquely deceased predecessors. Some bodies were half-melted by energy weapons, while others were blown to pieces, their faces frozen in pre-death terror. Robert was among them. He held his breath, trying not to look at the distorted faces, and focused all his attention on finding a weapon. Soon, His luck seemed good. Beside a relatively intact corpse, he found a lost gun that appeared almost undamaged. He was delighted and quickly picked up the gun. It felt heavy in his hand, with the cold metallic texture characteristic of metal. The moment he grasped the grip, a detailed data panel appeared on the right side of his vision. Mars MK, 3-stub, pattern lost gun. Type, weapon. Quality, damaged. Attack power, strong. Attribute, laser. Effect, none. Note, as a standard weapon for many Astra Militarum regiments since M36, she is very sturdy and easy to use, referred to in the Imperial Infantryman's uplifting primer as the friend of the guardsman, so much so that she can continue to fire even with a damaged internal power structure, as long as you're not afraid of a barrel explosion. Robert looked at the last line of the note and fell into a long silence. He imagined himself holding this friend of the guardsman, and at the moment of firing at the enemy, the barrel exploding along with half of his face. He silently and carefully put the gun back where he found it, then continued to search for the next one. Commissar Walter, who had been supervising nearby, noticed this scene. The expression on his tense face relaxed almost imperceptibly. Good, he thought, almost reassuring himself. These guys aren't complete idiots. For a moment, I thought they gave their intelligence to that Ogren. At least they can tell a good lost gun from a bad one, so they won't blow themselves up with the first shot. Although a qualified Astra Militarum soldier would only need a quick glance at the subtle energy burn marks and distortions on the gun's casing to know that its power supply was unstable. These green recruits, however, still needed to foolishly pick it up and examine it for a long time. But in any case, being alive was better than instantly turning into a charred mess. Commissar Walter sighed, casting his gaze towards the battle line in the distance, which was gradually heating up. Time was running out for these new recruits. The search through the pile of corpses didn't last too long. About 10 minutes into the countdown, all players successfully found a usable lost gun for themselves. Most of these weapons were battle-damaged, each with its own unique personality. Some lacked a stock, making shouldering the weapon particularly awkward. Others had shells covered in scratches and dents, as if they could fall apart at any moment. And some had crooked sights, clearly requiring intuitive aiming. Fortunately, their system panels all displayed quality, worn, so at least there was no risk of a barrel explosion. While picking weapons, 2 or 3 players seemed to recall the famous meme from the Warhammer world, the Emperor's loyal melee. They took a little extra time, specifically detaching bayonets from corpses and attaching them to the muzzles of their newly acquired lost guns. Robert was one of them. He felt that in such a chaotic battlefield, having an extra preparation was always a good thing. The players holding their new equipment instinctively lined up in front of Commissar Walter, as if waiting for inspection. Walter looked at them, first stunned for a moment, then veins bulged on his forehead, and he let out a roar. "What are you all standing in front of me for? Get to cover. Do you want to be living targets?" Startled by the shout, the players realized that this was not some high school military training exercise. They scattered, each searching for a place to save their lives. A few hid behind a collapsed section of a prefabricated wall, while more jumped directly into the deeper-looking shell craters and trenches, only showing their heads and half a gun barrel. Just as all the players had prepared and were holding their breath, the cultist attack arrived right on cue. First, the sound. A harsh, distorted horn blast came from afar, as if to tear eardrums. Immediately after, at the edge of the horizon, thousands of voices converged into a hair-raising torrent of noise. It was frenzied prayer, bloodthirsty war cries, and hymns dedicated to the dark gods. Then they appeared, like an ant colony. Countless ragged figures surged from the distant ruins and pervasive smoke. Wielding industrial cleavers, spiked steel pipes, and various homemade weapons, their faces contorted with fanatical expressions, they trampled over their companions' corpses, rushing recklessly towards the Astra Militarum's positions. "Open fire! Free fire!" Commissar Walter blew a sharp whistle, and the auto cannons and heavy bolters on the position roared first, plowing bloody paths through the tide of cultists. But the gaps were quickly filled by the subsequent flow of people, as if endless. The players were completely awestruck by this world-shattering momentum. They fumbled to peek out, pulling triggers at the dense sea of people. Red laser beams shot haphazardly into the enemy crowd, occasionally hitting one or two targets, but more often hitting nothing or being blocked by the bodies in front. Bang! Bang! Several players, who were only focused on unleashing firepower, were kicked hard in the backside. Commissar Walter walked behind them with a dark expression, scolding, "Conserve ammunition! Burst fire! Do you want your gun barrels to overheat and turn into useless sticks?" Just then, a soldier in a PDF uniform, apparently a conscript temporarily pulled onto the battlefield, broke down mentally after witnessing the hellish scene. He screamed, threw down his weapon, and tried to flee to the rear. Bang! A crisp bolter shot. The deserter's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body stumbled forward 2 steps before falling to the ground. Commissar Walter expressionlessly holstered his smoking bolt pistol, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone on the position, including the stunned players. "Dom, that's gruesome," shouted a player. "Is this what a commissar's daily life is like?" A player muttered softly in the squad channel. Beyond their shock, they also realized the extent to which the war on Perdicia had deteriorated. After the initial shock and fear, the players gradually entered a mechanical cycle. Aim, short burst fire, find the next target, then aim again. They intuitively felt that their meager firepower was truly a drop in the ocean against the constantly surging tide of people. Just then, Robert, hiding in a shell crater, suddenly felt a regular, slight vibration from the ground beneath his feet. He frowned, listened intently, and could even hear rustling, digging sounds from deep within the earth. He was about to shout a warning, but it was too late. Boom! 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 Inside the position, several spots on the ground suddenly exploded from below. Dirt and rubble flew everywhere, and mud-covered cultists emerged like moles from the dug tunnels, instantly rushing into the position, face to face with the players. The sense of security from long-range shooting was gone, and the battlefield instantly turned into close-quarters combat. The Ogren player, who had struggled to land a few shots, now let out an excited roar. He threw away the lost gun that looked like a toy in his hands, directly swinging his fists, thicker than other people's thighs, and with one punch, caved in the chest of a pouncing cultist. And for Robert and the other players who had prepared bayonets in advance, this choice seemed incredibly wise at this moment. A cultist shrieked, brandishing a rusty cleaver as he charged at Robert. With adrenaline surging, Robert, almost instinctively, thrust his lost gun forward. The sharp bayonet plunged unimpeded into the cultist's chest and abdomen. However, the anticipated scene of the enemy falling did not occur. The cultist seemed to feel no pain. He looked down at the bayonet stuck in his body, a more bizarre and fanatical smile appearing on his face, making incomprehensible gurgling sounds, and actually pushed forward against the bayonet, reaching out his hands to grab Robert's neck. Icy fear instantly gripped Robert's heart. He tried to pull the gun back, but found the bayonet stuck fast by the opponent's muscles and bones. Just at this critical moment, an NPC veteran with a long scar on his face next to him roared, "New recruit, don't just fracking stand there." He turned sideways, and with a precise burst from his lost gun, instantly blew off the cultist's head. Warm blood and brain matter splattered all over Robert's face. He finally came to his senses, gasping for breath, and forcefully pulled the bayonet out of the corpse. The situation on the other side was even more tragic. A player with the ID, I'm a B, Quick, was cornered by a cultist. In a panic, he completely forgot Commissar Walter's previous warning, frantically pulling the trigger at the enemy right in front of him. The laser beam burned a large hole through the cultist's body at point-blank range, but his lost gun also emitted a dangerous hum from overloaded energy. Boom! With a dull thud, the overwhelmed lost gun exploded. The overloaded energy core transformed into a small plasma flame, instantly engulfing both Ima B, Quick, and the cultist. After the light dissipated, only 2 charred human outlines and a melted gun barrel remained. In contrast, the Ogren's side was practically a one-sided slaughter. He was like a living meat grinder. Any cultist who approached him was either punched away or grabbed by the limbs and torn apart like a rag doll. His presence greatly alleviated the pressure on the torn front line. After a bloody struggle, as Commissar Walter sliced the last cultist climbing out of the tunnel in half with his chain word, this sudden internal raid finally ended. The position was filled with the pungent smell of ozone and burnt meat. The players, still shaken, tallied the results. In this wave of attacks, only one player, Quick, died, taking an enemy with him. Robert walked over to the charred corpse. Out of curiosity, he extended his bayonet and gently prodded the unrecognizable body. The moment the blade touched the corpse, Robert's vision suddenly blurred, as if the game screen was lagging and dropping frames. The next second, something incredible happened. The charred corpse seemed to have been rewound. The melted flesh and equipment rapidly reassembled. A second later, Quick appeared perfectly intact in his original spot. He suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, his face still showing signs of lingering shock. You revived his ass. Holy crap, that was so ing exciting. The surrounding players immediately gathered around, curiously examining their resurrected companion. Hey buddy, how do you feel? What's the death penalty? Losing equipment. Quick was still shaken. He brought up the system log and took a look, his expression turning a bit strange. Death penalty. It says all NPC relationships are reinitialized and current faction merits are reset to 0. This game didn't even show an experience bar when we just kill monsters, so could these be the only 2 things to grind? Robert realized the seriousness of the situation. Then wouldn't this be starting over? Good thing your equipment is still on you. There's no item drop upon death. Not necessarily, another player analyzed. Maybe there will be fixed resurrection points later, and after we resurrect, we'll have to run a long way to strip equipment from our own corpses. You see, isn't Project Zomboid like that? That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hope this game developer can be a decent person, have some conscience. Their discussion didn't last long, as Commissar Walter's cold voice rang out again, interrupting their post-disaster relief. What are you all still standing around for? Block these holes. Prepare for the next wave of attack. After the last wave of tunnel raids was repelled, the battlefield temporarily returned to a fragile calm. The cultists in the distance seemed to be regrouping, with only sporadic gunshots and the wails of the wounded echoing across the position. Commissar Walter wiped the blood from his chain's word with his sleeve, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire position, finally landing on the Ogren player, Kane, who was like a small giant. In the close-quarters combat just now, this big guy's performance was nothing short of heroic. Big guy, you come with me. Commissar Walter's voice was loud and decisive. Kane, who was squatting on the ground, checking his fists, paused when he heard the call. His huge head scanned his surroundings, his gaze searching the ground, apparently intending to pick up the lost gun he had dropped in his excitement earlier. Seeing this, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Commissar Walter's eyes. He was once again taken aback by the Ogren's intelligence level. Ordinary Ogrens wouldn't have such clear tactical thinking as retrieving one's weapon. No need to look for that lost gun. Commissar Walter's voice softened slightly. Just come with me. Kane immediately realized that his subconscious action just now seemed a bit too clever. He quickly withdrew his gaze, forced a simple and honest smile, scratched the back of his head, and then strode clumsily towards the Commissar, trying to cover up his intelligence leak with his actions. The remaining players watched Kane follow the Commissar towards the rear of the position and involuntarily gathered together again. What should we do next? One of the players asked blankly. Neither the Commissar nor the system has given new quests. Everyone's eyes turned to Robert in unison. His performance in previous analyses and battles had left most players with a deep impression of him as a reliable, smart person. Upon discovering such a brain in the team, many players naturally gave up on trying to think for themselves. Robert didn't answer immediately. He first observed the surrounding environment, then pondered for a moment before speaking. First, based on my observations, this production team is clearly trying to create an extremely realistic game. Otherwise, they wouldn't put so much effort into some disgusting details. Recalling their journey so far, the troop transport vehicle that bounced enough to make them vomit, the extremely chaotic battlefield filled with explosions and screams, and the piles of corpses with bizarre thoughts and foul smells. The players subconsciously and wholeheartedly agreed with Robert's point. Robert continued, "If we follow this logic, then what we should do next is naturally what one truly does on a Warhammer battlefield after a battle. As for Warhammer battlefields, according to the original descriptions, at least for the Astra Militarum, most of the time it hasn't escaped the scope of World War I trench warfare. Occasionally, there are armored cluster assaults, but at least in the lower hive slums where we are now, we certainly won't see such grand scenes." He paused, then concluded, "That is to say, we should learn from our World War I trench warfare predecessors. Whatever they did, we do." "So what were our World War I trench warfare soldiers doing at this time?" a player asked cooperatively, raising his hand. Robert slowly uttered two words: rest and eat. "Huh." The questioning player and those around him were stunned. Trench warfare isn't about just squatting in a trench, with the enemy constantly charging and you constantly defending until one side is completely wiped out, Robert patiently explained. In fact, the actual combat time is quite short compared to the periods of inactivity and boredom in the trenches. Within a day, it's already impressive if the enemy can organize one or two decent charges. Perhaps warp demons can charge continuously with unnatural power, but these flesh-and-blood cultists clearly cannot. In fact, the more organized a unit is, the more likely it is to retreat after realizing a situation is unwinnable to plan the next attack, rather than blindly charging and exhausting its effective strength. Robert's lengthy explanation left the players half understanding, but one thing they did grasp. "So," someone summarized, "we're likely to have nothing to do for the next few hours in this game." Robert was silent for a while, then finally replied with some uncertainty, "I think yes." Just then, a rough, strong hand rested on Robert's shoulder. An Astra Militarum veteran with a scarred face and tired but steady eyes had appeared beside their small circle at some point. "No," the veteran said in a hoarse voice, "there's one thing you must do." The players immediately tensed up. While the extreme realism of this game was somewhat torturous, they had to admit that they were already somewhat immersed in their roles. In an instant, the classic veteran rookie crusher trope flooded their minds. They began to secretly brace themselves. Was this about to be a shakedown? If so, they would have to fight back. Dying in the game was acceptable, but being humiliated by an NPC was absolutely not. However, the veteran made no further moves, merely pointing with his other hand in the direction behind them, where someone was boiling something unknown in a pot. "It's time to eat, recruits." As soon as the veteran's words, "It's time to eat, recruits," came out, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and the players belatedly felt a strong sense of emptiness in their stomachs. The previous tense battle and adrenaline rush had masked everything, but now that they relaxed, hunger surged like a tide. "Damn it! Even the hunger is this realistic?" a player exclaimed, clutching his stomach, marveling once again at the game's realism. They followed the veteran to a relatively safe spot behind the position. There, a huge field cauldron was set up, with firewood scavenged from who knows where, burning underneath, and a quartermaster, also with a weathered face, was stirring the pot with a large iron ladle. The players each took a dirty metal bowl from the supply crate and lined up to approach. The pot contained a thick, grayish-brown paste, all blended into one color, with some unidentified oil slicks floating on top, and a strange smell, a mixture of fishiness and some kind of spice, wafted towards them. What is this being cooked?" The player at the front cautiously peered into the pot and asked the veteran in charge of cooking. "The legendary corpse starch?" Upon hearing the question, the veteran holding the ladle grinned, revealing a missing front tooth, and chuckled, his voice hoarse. Meat. The player shook the bowl he had just filled. In the viscous soup, there indeed seemed to be a few pieces of coarse, unidentified meat. At this point, the other Astra Militarum soldiers waiting in line began to urge them impatiently, so the players had no choice but to stop asking questions, quickly filled their bowls, and walked to the side. They gathered in a circle, looking at each other and at the extremely unappetizing food in their bowls. A player with the ID Private Forest Maverick took a deep breath, an expression of facing death etched on his face. "I'll go first. Wish me luck, guys." He closed his eyes, scooped a small mouthful of soup with his spoon, and tremblingly brought it to his mouth. A few seconds later, he froze, then opened his eyes in disbelief. "Huh? It seems there's nothing wrong with it." "Really?" The other players expressed their doubts. How could Warhammer food be fine? Shouldn't it be made of engine oil and sawdust? However, seeing Maverick take another big gulp, even smacking his lips as if it tasted quite good, everyone's doubts wavered. With the first person to try it, the others also plucked up their courage and, half believing, took a sip. A salty, somewhat coarse, but definitely meaty broth taste spread in their mouths. The taste was actually quite normal. Their tense nerves and empty stomachs were greatly soothed by the warm soup. So, everyone no longer hesitated and began to drink heartily. By the time the players had all drunk at least half, and some bolder ones had even started chewing on the rather tough pieces of meat, Robert suddenly let out a short, sharp shriek. "Ah!" This scream made everyone's movements freeze. They looked over with a bad premonition, only to see Robert holding something between two fingers, but then quickly throwing it to the ground. It wasn't a piece of meat, but a piece of shredded cloth. A piece of cloth they were very familiar with, a gray-green camouflage fabric. To be precise, it was a piece of the Astra Militarum uniform they were currently wearing beneath their flak armor. Generally speaking, if a piece of uniform is found in a soup pot, then its owner should also be nearby. A terrifying thought struck all the players' minds like lightning. They stiffly lowered their heads, looking at the so-called meat chunks in their bowls. Ugh! Maverick, the first to react, was the first to lose it. He spun around abruptly, clutching the dirt wall of the trench, and began to retch violently. His reaction was like a signal, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Ugh! Wah! A chorus of dry heaves rose from a corner of the position. The players threw down their bowls, their stomachs churning. Some vomited the soup they had just drunk, while others merely retched sour bile in vain, their faces pale. Coming from an era of peace, they now deeply felt the undisguised, nauseating, extreme malice of this universe. After that nauseating dinner incident, the players all lost their appetites. They lay in twos and threes on the relatively clean ground, looking up. There was no sky here, only a massive, cold, rust-stained metal dome, with countless pipes and cables intertwined like the veins and nerves of a giant beast, obscuring the faint light from the upper hive city, leaving only eternal gloom. A silent oppressiveness permeated the trenches, and fatigue and nausea were etched on everyone's faces. Finally, a player spoke weakly, breaking the silence. Playing this game is a double torment for both body and mind. His words were like a stone thrown into stagnant water, immediately causing ripples. Exactly. The other players nodded in agreement. One of them covered his eyes with his arm, his voice trembling slightly. "I think after this closed beta, I'll never touch another war-themed game in my life." "I think so too," another grumbled indignantly. "This game dev better not let me find their address, or I'll definitely go offline to have a chat with them about life." Amidst the chorus of complaints, Robert, however, looked thoughtful. He gazed at the oppressive metal firmament above and slowly said, "Perhaps this is the game dev's goal? They intend to create an anti-war game. Will you still play?" Another player asked, his voice sounding weak. "I probably won't play anymore. I feel like from now on, whenever I hear words like fighting or war, I'll feel sick." "No way, buddy. Is that PTSD already?" the player next to him said in surprise, but then he also sighed, "Although, I probably won't play again after this either." The game dev might really be going for the This War of Mine route, a player echoed. I have to admit, they succeeded. I, too, will never play war-themed games again, including this one. An atmosphere of quitting the game permeated the player group. However, Robert shook his head and said firmly, I still plan to continue playing. At least, I want to experience the full story of this game. I am, after all, a game VR streamer. If I don't experience it fully, I don't have much right to speak. A game VR streamer? I knew your name sounded familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, a player next to him suddenly slapped his thigh and sat up. Dr. Dixie Normus, right? I've watched your videos. I even followed you. Big shot. Since you're continuing to play, I plan to continue playing too. Can I get a friend slot? Let's play together later. Robert didn't expect to meet a fan here, and he readily agreed. Of course, we are all closed beta players. This is fate. As he spoke, he skillfully opened his data panel, ready to add a friend. Then, he froze. Where do I add friends in this game? He searched through the rudimentary UI interface. Wait, does this game even have a friend adding function? The player who had asked to add a friend also searched his own panel for a while, then finally gave up dejectedly. It seems there really isn't. This is too incomplete. I definitely need to report it to the official team later. It must be added. Just then, Robert seemed to suddenly think of something, looking thoughtful. He suddenly spoke. Don't you think it's strange? Everyone looked at him. According to our previous deductions, the game dev is pursuing ultimate realism in Torment, Robert analyzed, but would they really let us just sit around doing nothing for several hours? That doesn't fit their style. He sat up, his expression becoming serious. Think about it. From the moment we entered the game, every Torment has been with content. The bumpy troop carrier was to let us experience the actual situation of soldiers on the battlefield. The chaotic battlefield was to let us feel the cruelty of war. That pot of soup, was to let us understand the dark essence of this universe. These are all carefully designed contents that bring strong emotional impact. But idly waiting for several hours, what is that? That's boredom, not torment. For a game, boredom is more fatal than pain. Given the level of this game dev, I don't think they would make such a basic mistake. In the indescribable dimension of the warp, the god of information, Terrabyte, listened with interest to Robert's analysis. A ripple of something akin to astonishment spread through his consciousness. The logical chain of this Dr. Dixie Normus was so clear, his inferences so rigorous, that if Terrabyte hadn't been certain that he had never interfered with the player's specific thoughts from beginning to end, he would almost have been convinced that all of this was indeed a script he had prearranged. Robert's words were like a shot in the arm, invigorating the disheartened players. Upon closer thought, it made sense. Although this dog game dev was inhumane in the matter of how to torment players, he had at least so far shown great creativity and substance, not just simple AFK punishment. Dr. Dixie Normus is right, a player exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is definitely not just a rest period. This must be the calm before the storm. The dog game dev must be up to something bad. Then Dr. Dixie Normus, another immediately pressed, how do you think the dog game dev intends to torment us next? Robert thought carefully, going over all the details from login in his mind. Suddenly, as if he had hit upon a crucial point, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, do you still remember what the commissar told us at the beginning? The players were all confused. The commissar said a lot of things. Which sentence are you referring to? Robert almost verbatim repeated Commissar Walter's tone, which carried a hint of encouragement and brutal reality. If you're lucky, you might even pick up a finely crafted bolt gun. He pointed to the pile of corpses not far away that still reeked, his voice full of confidence. This is the hint the game dev gave us. A hidden quest clue. We were able to find a lost gun from the pile of corpses before, which proves that scavenging is at least one of the game's mechanics. The commissar's words weren't just casual. He was telling us that there are even better things in there. Robert grew more and more excited. There are still good things waiting for us to find in there. The players were all convinced by Robert's well-reasoned and confident words. Fear and nausea were replaced by a more primal, player-specific desire, the craving for better equipment. Those who had just looked utterly dejected now had greedy glints in their eyes. One of them suddenly understood and couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens!" There's even a treasure hunting segment after fighting monsters. This game dev is really good at mashing things up. Terrabyte in the warp smiled faintly. Since you're all so good at self-rationalization, it seems I can't not cooperate. He subtly manipulated information and energy. In that case, let me give my lovely players something good to eat. After all, the game does need some positive feedback and can also be considered a reward for helping me with the closed beta. Driven by the enthusiasm for tomb raiding and treasure hunting, the players once again headed towards that corner piled with death. However, this time, as Robert faced those tragically dead bodies again, his mindset underwent some subtle changes. If this was truly a game intended to be anti-war, then the deaths of these NPCs were not merely monster respawn points for dropping equipment, but symbols carrying some profound meaning. He didn't rudely rummage through them as he had when first searching for the lost gun. Instead, he silently looked at a relatively intact Astra Militarum soldier's corpse. The soldier was very young, the fear not yet completely faded from his face. Robert hesitated for a moment, then finally bent down, grabbed the corpse under its armpit, and laboriously dragged him to a relatively clean, shaded corner on one side of the trench. "Doctor, what are you doing?" the player with the ID Ruthless Assassin asked, somewhat puzzled, seeing Robert's actions. The others also stopped their rummaging and looked over curiously. Robert gently laid the body down, sighed, and said, "I think they died to protect their homes and people. After all, although this empire is terrible, and they probably didn't have any noble ideal of fighting for the people subjectively, objectively, they indeed died for it. Just for this, leaving them exposed in the wilderness is not good, after all." Hearing this, the surrounding players fell silent. They looked at the twisted, broken bodies, and the feeling of disgust gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex sense of awe and sympathy. Robert was right. Even in a game, these soldiers who died in defense should be given basic respect. So, the players no longer rushed to loot, but imitating Robert, began silently dragging the bodies of Astra Militarum and Planetary Defense Force soldiers that were still recognizable as human figures, one by one, to that cool corner, arranging them side by side. As for those that had been blown into fragments, too bloody and mangled to identify, there was nothing they could do. Just as he was dragging a body that looked like a non-commissioned officer, Robert's finger was suddenly pricked by something sharp. He stopped, dragged away another body pressing on the non-commissioned officer, and was startled to find a chains word lying quietly in the bloodstains, its blade covered in congealed blood and minced meat. He carefully picked up the chain word, and an item information panel immediately popped up before his eyes. Name, Xeno Purger. Type, weapon. Quality, excellent. Attack power, strong. Attribute, none. Effect, deals extra damage to non-human creatures. Note, this chain's word once belonged to Sergeant Maxim of the 103rd Regiment. During its owner's bloody struggle with the Dark Eldar, it drank its fill of Xeno's blood. Although Sergeant Maxim has heroically sacrificed himself, every inch of circuitry within its mechanism still burns with intense hatred for all Xeno's races. Robert held the heavy chain word, reeking of oil and blood, and couldn't help but exclaim, "There really is something." This shout was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. What? Let me see. Did he get loot? The players who were still moving bodies immediately dropped their tasks and swarmed over. As they approached Robert, the item information panel for Xeno's Must Die automatically popped up before their eyes too. For a moment, the game was filled with envious gasps. Holy crap, an excellent quality chain word. I haven't even seen a normal quality lost gun, and you just casually touched one and got a chain word, one player said sourly. Ruthless Assassin patted Robert's shoulder, half jokingly, half seriously saying, "You're the Emperor of Luck. When I link up with the Adeptus Mechanicus later, I'll definitely make those wireback guys forge me an Emperor of Luck statue with their own hands." Amidst the envious and teasing voices, some thoughtful players raised a question. "But aren't we fighting cultists now?" According to the description, the owner of this chain's word was killed by the Dark Eldar. So how did it appear here? "Hey, it's a game. Isn't it always like this?" Another player waved his hand dismissively. Killing a slime and getting a dragon-slaying sword, or killing a monster and getting a treasure chest or box is common. You couldn't tell before they died that those monsters could hold a treasure sword or a treasure chest. However, Robert shook his head. He stroked the cold metal casing of the chain's word and said in a deep voice, "That's not necessarily true. I remember the official promotional video featured Dark Eldar. Perhaps they are enemies we will face in the future." "We're fighting Dark Eldar? Really? You must be kidding. Even Astartes might not be able to win against those bastards." The players immediately felt a chill. If Chaos cultists were still within a comprehensible range, then the Dark Eldar, these legendary top predators, just thinking about them made one's scalp tingle. As they were discussing, at the other end of the trench, Commissar Walter had returned at some unknown time. Following him was the Ogren named Cain. At this moment, Cain's body was already bound with a layer of rough but thick metal plates using iron wire and belts, serving as temporary armor, and he was carrying a large metal rod thicker than a human leg, salvaged from vehicle wreckage, which looked chilling. Walter asked a soldier who was on alert, "What are those recruits doing?" The soldier instinctively gave an Aquila salute, then replied, "Reporting, Commissar, they're dragging our brothers' bodies to a good spot." Walter heard this, was silent for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "These recruits are not bad, not cowards, just a bit foolish." Then he strode forward and sternly reprimanded the players who were gathered together. "You fools, all of you get back to the position and rest." The players were caught off guard by the sudden roar, and all looked at him, bewildered. Seeing their blank expressions, Walter seemed to feel his tone was too harsh, so he softened his voice and added, "Your top priority is to conserve your strength. Ensure you can survive first, then consider the matters of those who have already died." The players paused, then suddenly realized. So the Commissar was concerned about them. One player, bolder than the rest, blurted out, "Commissar, you're quite Sundir." Although he hadn't heard this word from another world, Walter could roughly understand it from its literal meaning and the speaker's tone. His face instantly flushed red, and he angrily said, "You bunch of greenhorns, I think you want to be kicked. All of you get back to the position." Under Walter's yelling and kicking, the players scurried back to their defensive positions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the position, two veteran Astra Militarum soldiers resting against sandbags were watching this lively scene. One of the veterans nudged his companion with his elbow and whispered, "How long has the Commissar not been this? Energetic? Every time I saw him before, he looked lifeless." The other veteran replied, "Yes, these recruits, they're quite capable." The two veterans exchanged glances, and a long-lost smile involuntarily appeared on their weathered faces. As Robert said, this band of cultists did not launch another attack, and the players actually got to sleep in the game, which everyone found quite novel. As soon as the next day arrived, the piercing alarm once again cut through the lower hive's murky air, and from the darkness in the distance, a new wave of cultists surged forward. They roared blasphemous prayers, brandished crude weapons, and charged like a pack of mad dogs driven by hunger. The players immediately awoke from their sleep, nervously returning to their firing positions, gripping their lost guns. This time, however, Commissar Walter did not rush to give the order to fire as he had last time. "Hold! Hold!" He stared intently at the approaching enemies, his voice terrifyingly calm. "Let them get a little closer, a little closer." The cultists rushed within 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The players could even clearly see the twisted fanaticism on their faces and the defiled chaos marks on their bodies. Just as one player was about to pull the trigger, Walter finally roared, "Fire!" A dense net of red laser beams instantly wove together, precisely enveloping the cultists charging at the forefront. At such close range, the power of the lost guns was unleashed to its fullest. The cultists fell in droves as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, their bodies scorched with black holes. However, the number of cultists was simply too great. As the front ranks fell, those behind immediately stepped over their comrades' corpses and continued to charge. In the blink of an eye, dozens of stragglers roared and clambered over the edge of the trench, engaging the defenders in close-quarters combat. "Prepare for melee." Walter drew his chain's word and roared. "Ooh-hoo-ha!" A roar, completely unlike the battlefield's atmosphere and filled with pure joy, rang out. Kane excitedly swung his massive metal club, charging forward like an out-of-control battering ram. He needed no skill. He simply swung, swept, and smashed. Each swing brought a storm of blood and gore, the metal club colliding with flesh and bone, creating a sickening thud. Hardly any cultist could last a second before him. Their fragile bodies were easily smashed into a pulp. On the other side of the battle line, Robert, wielding a chain word, also shone brightly. When the first cultist, brandishing a rusty machete, charged at him, Robert's heart was still pounding. But just as he was about to swing wildly, as he had last time, the chain's word in his hand suddenly vibrated slightly. A strange sensation traveled from the hilt throughout his body. He was surprised to discover that this chain word, named Zeno's Must Die, seemed to have a consciousness of its own, intentionally helping him. This help was not an external cheat like takeover of control, but a gentle guidance. When he wanted to parry, a faint pulling force would come from the blade, guiding his wrist to the optimal angle. When he prepared to counterattack, the roar of the blade seemed to urge him to take the most efficient steps. Under the guidance of the chain word, Robert's movements became unprecedentedly clean and decisive. Parry, sidestep, thrust, sweep. He seemed to become one with the weapon in his hand, and in this bloody dance, he was rapidly learning how to fight, rather than having his mind blank as he did the first time. Those chaos puppets, which had once seemed menacing and terrifying in his eyes, now vanished like fragile snowflakes under his attacks. "Is this a machine spirit?" Robert couldn't help but exclaim after a clean decapitation. He felt the slight hum of the chain's word in his hand, filled with hatred and anger, and a term that had only existed in background lore now became incredibly real. He ran a charging cultist through with a single sword, feeling the thrill of the blade tearing through flesh and the pleasure transmitted by the machine spirit, and couldn't help but shout, "By the Omnisia, I understand those tech priests now." This has instantly turned into a satisfying hack-and-slash game. Led by the two generals, Robert and Ogren Kane, the battle line instantly stabilized. Kane was like a mobile meat grinder. Within his range of activity, no cultist could last more than 3 seconds. Robert, on the other hand, was like an experienced swordsman. With the assistance of the machine spirit, every swing of his chain's word was precise and deadly. Seeing this, the other players' morale greatly boosted. They followed closely behind Robert, using their lost guns to precisely target enemies attempting to flank, or using rifle butts and bayonets to dispatch stragglers stunned by Kane's furious attacks. The entire battle, which had previously been a tense defensive stand, transformed into a satisfying slaughter battle. The Chaos Cultists' proud numbers and fearless madness seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength and efficient killing. When the last cultist was cleanly decapitated by Robert, only the howling wind and the player's heavy breathing remained on the battlefield. The battle was over. A player leaned against a sandbag, replacing his last gun's power cell, and said with some confusion, "Speaking of which, I don't think I heard any artillery fire this time." At his words, everyone, who had been immersed in the joy of victory, paused. They thought back carefully. Indeed, from beginning to end, the booming of friendly heavy artillery, which had given them a great sense of security, had not sounded once. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heavy. Robert pondered for a moment and came up with the most obvious and unsettling answer. "Out of ammunition, I guess." This speculation was like a cold stone, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A unit lacking ammunition, with incomplete organization, and besieged deep within city ruins usually doesn't fare well. Although they had only been in this game world for a short time, Commissar Walter's strictness and care, Kane's honesty and bravery, and the silently fighting veterans had given the players a considerable sense of immersion. They did not want this tenacious Astra Militarum unit to ultimately suffer the tragic fate of being completely wiped out. Seeing the worry appearing on the faces of those around him, Robert opened his mouth to comfort them. Don't think too much. This is just a closed beta. It will end soon. Maybe next time the official will open up more slots? Then we can bring in hundreds or even thousands of brothers, and that would be a fresh force. His words enlightened everyone. That's right. We are players. These chaos cultists have no tactics whatsoever. They're just fearless and numerous. Ruthless Assassin slung his lost gun over his shoulder and said confidently, "When it comes to these 2 points, we players have never been afraid of anyone." Everyone nodded in agreement. As long as there were enough people and the equipment could keep up, they were confident they could turn this lower hive ruin into a meat grinder for the cultists. For a moment, the previous heavy atmosphere was swept away, replaced by a vibrant vitality, belonging to players and full of hope. 3 days of closed beta testing passed in a flash. The moment the countdown hit 0, Robert and all the players felt an irresistible force pull their consciousness from the bodies of the Astra Militarum soldier. However, the anticipated feeling of returning to their original bodies on Earth did not occur. Their consciousness seemed to penetrate a thin membrane, arriving in a bizarre space of shifting light. All around them, colors and light and shadow constantly churned, merged, and separated, like an overturned paint palette or the nascent birth of a cosmic nebula, filled with indescribable chaos and beauty. The players were momentarily stunned, but soon they all noticed the strange creature floating before them. It seemed to be composed of countless shimmering data streams and light, its form constantly changing, difficult to accurately describe in human language. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, the creature emitted a gentle voice. Although it had no mouth, the voice resonated directly in each person's mind. "Hello, my name is Terrabyte, and I'm the game developer for this game. This is the post-closed beta feedback session. Do you have anything you'd like to say or ask? I will answer everything I know." Game dev. A game dev looks like that. The players exchanged glances, but quickly accepted this premise. Robert looked around and asked curiously, "This is the warp designed by your development team? It looks like a paint palette." "That's right. This is the warp," Terrabyte admitted. "However, 1,000 people see 1,000 different warps. Different senses perceive different things. I've given you a cognitive filter, which is why it looks relatively normal now. In the future, never rush into the warp without the protection of a Geller field. Or even if you're not devoured by the creatures within, the overwhelming flood of information alone would instantly overload your biological processors." After speaking, Terrabyte added, "By the way, when you were in the game, you also had a cognitive filter on you the entire time. Its only purpose was to block discussions about games, Warhammer, and similar topics. What do you think of this filter? Is it necessary to remove it in future closed beta tests?" Robert thought for a moment and was the first to speak. "I don't think it's necessary. This filter is quite good. Otherwise, if we accidentally started chatting and an NPC overheard us, thinking we were crazy or disloyal to the Imperium, being shot by a commissar wouldn't be fun. All right, then it will remain as is in the future." Terrabyte readily adopted the suggestion. At this moment, Ruthless Assassin eagerly raised his hand. "Friend system. I strongly demand a friend system." Terrabyte seemed to wave his hand, though to the players, his movement was just a ripple of light and shadow. "It's been arranged for you. Take a look now." As soon as he finished speaking, a simple friend list interface appeared in the player's field of vision. Ruthless Assassin joyfully sent a friend request to Robert immediately. After this urgent need was addressed, Robert then asked, "Regarding the death penalty system, I want to ask, how exactly does it work?" Since your development team wants to create such a realistic game, there should be a self-consistent logic behind this death penalty, right? Indeed, Terrabyte replied, when a player dies and resurrects, their cognitive filter is replaced with a new one. In the eyes of all non-player beings, you, after resurrection, are already a completely new, unfamiliar individual. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't allow this stranger to inherit the position, merits, and social connections of someone completely unrelated to him. Robert's eyes lit up, and he immediately grasped the key. But players won't be affected by this, right? To us players, he is still him. Of course. Then does this mean Robert's speaking speed instantly quickened? As long as we can form a unit composed entirely of players, and this unit's establishment is officially recognized by the Astra Militarum, then even if a player in the unit dies, as long as the player commander of that unit is willing, he can still return to his original post after resurrection? Of course, Terrabyte replied affirmatively. Theoretically, the appointment and removal of officers require approval from the Astra Militarum. But in reality, with the Astra Militarum's consistently astonishing casualty rates, the Astra Militarum has neither the time nor the capacity to manage the promotion and appointment of junior officers. In most cases, these are decided solely by the unit's commanding officer. Hearing this answer, the other players once again admired Robert's keen thinking. At the same time, in Terrabyte's answer, they also felt the game's shockingly high degree of freedom. As the official game dev, he was actually allowing, even encouraging, players to exploit the rules and use various methods to circumvent the death penalty. I have a question. Kane, as an Ogren, also raised his hand at this point. If I die and resurrect, will I still be an Ogren? Changes in race and attributes are not part of the death penalty. Terrabyte replied seriously, unless you plan to delete this character and create a new one. As for the resurrection point issue, without anyone else needing to ask, Terrabyte directly stated whether the resurrection point is fixed in a certain area or allows for on-the-spot resurrection depends on the thinness of the local reality veil. In areas where the reality veil is thick and stable, resurrection points cannot be established. One player immediately reacted. So, if we clear out all the cultists, reducing the warp intrusion in this area and thickening the reality veil, we won't be able to resurrect on the spot. After dying, we'll have to run back to our bodies to pick up our equipment? Yes. Terrabyte gave an affirmative reply. The players were once again stunned. This meant that their actions would directly influence the rules of the game world, a level of deep interaction they had never experienced in any game before. At this moment, the player who had previously dared to try Warhammer Cuisine, whose ID was Maverick, spoke up. I also have a few questions, Maverick said. Firstly, the game's data panel is too simplistic. Every time we're summoned, all we can see is our ID and some basic physical data, not even a skill tree. Is this how it was designed? Or have we not reached the point where we can access skills? He paused, then asked his second question. Also, I want to know if the server is still running after we log off. If the server is continuously running, do our characters just disappear from where they are? Or do they go to sleep like NPCs? Terrabyte pondered for a moment, though to the players, he seemed to answer almost immediately. The skill issue was indeed an oversight on my part. Terrabyte's tone carried a hint of apology. I will design a skill tree interface for you to help you more intuitively organize and plan your abilities. You should be able to see it by the second closed beta. This answer invigorated the players. A skill tree meant growth paths and richer gameplay. As for your characters after you log off, Terrabyte continued. This world is real and continuously operating. Your bodies, as the vessels for your consciousness, will naturally fall asleep once their operators are gone. This answer surprised everyone. It meant that even if they logged off, their characters would not enter some safe vault, but would remain in place like ordinary sleeping soldiers. If their position was overrun while they were offline, the consequences would be unimaginable. The realism and hardcore nature of this game once again exceeded their imagination. Just as everyone was pondering the safety of logging off, Robert couldn't help but interject, Game dev Terrabyte. After we log off, can you give our characters a simple AI? After all, everyone has things to do in real life. If we go out for a meal and come back to find that the character we painstakingly trained for so long is gone, that would be too frustrating. Looking at the game's background story, on the current Perdisha, there probably isn't any absolutely safe place to log off. Robert's words sparked a thought in Terrabyte. Instantly, his thoughts no longer focused on the tiny player souls before him, but drifted to a deeper level, settling on the first weapon he had personally created, Xeno Exterminator. In fact, it was never just a simple mastercrafted chained word. It was Terrabyte, as the god of information, using his authority for offensive creation for the first time. That chain's word was, in essence, a conceptual weapon. Its lethality did not stem from common applied physics or biological principles, such as the rotation speed of his saw teeth, the hardness of the material, or the efficiency of tearing flesh. The reason it could cut through those cultists who had abandoned their human identity, like slicing melons and dicing vegetables, was because, from a moment it was created, it was imbued with the core concept of causing immense damage to non-human entities. The chain's word was merely a manifestation of this concept in the material world. However, what even Terrabyte himself hadn't expected was that after this sword was used by Robert, it would naturally give birth to a vague consciousness. This consciousness was inherently filled with hatred for Xenos and a desire for slaughter. This pure will, in turn, further strengthened the already powerful concept. The Adeptus Mechanicus might simply classify it as a machine spirit, but Terrabyte, who understood its essence, clearly did not think so. A bold idea flashed in Terrabyte's mind. What if he tried to imbue these players with a core concept? For example, the concept of player itself. No, Terrabyte instantly thought deeper. He didn't need to bestow this concept. At the moment he made the decision to summon players, at the instant these souls from another world responded to the call and descended here, the brand new concept of player had already been born. In the projections of the warp, there might already be a vague reflection belonging to players. He just hadn't noticed it before. Concept. An action that was initially just a whim led him to a new, subversive understanding of his authority as the god of information. Terrabyte became increasingly glad of his decision to summon players. If he were to continue wandering alone and empty-handed in that boundless warp, even after another 10,000 years, such precious inspiration would not have erupted. Terrabyte naturally held no ill will towards these players who had unintentionally brought great inspiration to his research. He pulled his thoughts back to the present, and, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, he replied, "This is not a simple task, and I cannot give you a definitive answer right now." After truly realizing what he was doing, Terrabyte decided to be extremely cautious with this matter. This was by no means something that could be solved by simply attaching a simple AI script to each logged-off player's body. It involved the definition and shaping of a nascent concept, and even a slight misstep could lead to unpredictable consequences. Upon hearing this vague answer, the players' faces showed disappointment. It seemed that logging off in the future would indeed require more thought. The best method might be to form fixed teams, take turns logging on for vigilance, and take turns logging off to rest. This would undoubtedly further reduce the game's appeal to casual and moderate players with irregular schedules. While Terrabyte and the players were engaged in this cross-dimensional Q&A on Distant Earth, in a chat group named Dr. Dixie Normus's official livestream, the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Fishing Pioneer. Strange. Why hasn't Bobby said anything all day today? Has he been lurking all day? Has it updated today? Yeah, usually by this time, he'd be actively chatting. Today he's as quiet as a fake account. I will always love Bobby. I can understand why the videos haven't updated. After all, rushing him is useless. But not showing up in the group for a day, that's definitely not normal. I've searched all his social platforms, and his last post was yesterday's got into the closed beta for that new Warhammer game. Gonna check it out. Is that game really that fun? The fans in the group were discussing animatedly. For Robert, a game VR host known for his approachability and high-intensity interaction, not updating a video for a day was normal. but not saying a word in the core fan group for a day was absolutely unprecedented. Meanwhile, on the other side, Robert himself, who was being hotly debated by his fans, finally felt the sense of detachment return after the Q&A session ended. The kaleidoscope of colors before his eyes rapidly faded. His consciousness plummeted like a kite with a broken string, and finally installed itself steadily back into his familiar body. Click! The game pod's hatch automatically sprang open, and soft indoor light shone in. Robert sat up somewhat sluggishly and climbed out of the game pod. The moment his feet touched the ground, a strong sense of abnormality swept through his entire body. His limbs, so weak, he tried to take 2 steps, feeling as if he was carrying a 100-pound burden, each step heavy and sluggish. He took a deep breath, but his chest felt like a broken bellows, his lungs working pitifully inefficiently, far from the ease he felt in the game. He quickly realized this was a side effect of the game being too realistic. Although an ordinary Astra Militarum soldier was insignificant in the brutal Warhammer universe, a mere cannon fodder existence, his rigorously trained physical fitness, compared to his own body as a standard 21st century, under-exercised couch potato, was simply superhuman in every aspect. After getting used to the strength and stamina of that body, returning to his own physical form, the contrast was so strong that he found it difficult to adapt for a while. This game is really something else. Robert once again marveled at the extreme realism, then didn't forget his duty as a game VR host. He shook his head, forcing himself to adapt to this weak body, and quickly went to his desk to turn on his computer. The short 3 days spent on the planet named Perdicia had given him an unprecedented, almost overflowing amount of inspiration for video production. From the Hive City air that gave them a rude awakening upon arrival, to the first bloody battle against cultists, and then to the conversation with game dev Terrabyte, every segment was epic material. He had to immediately and quickly record these inspirations and memories and organize them into a script. Robert had an incredibly strong premonition that the video he was about to produce would definitely go viral on the internet. It was late at night, a time when the internet was most active. On USA's largest video sharing website, a VR master with the ID Dr. Dixie Normus posted a brand new video. The moment subscribers received push notifications, the video's views, bullet comments, and comment count began to skyrocket at a visible pace, its popularity curve as steep as a rocket launching into space. The video opened with Robert's familiar face. "Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Dixie Normus." Robert greeted the audience as usual, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible fatigue, but more so, excitement. The screen was immediately flooded with dense bullet comments. "Caught you. Caught you. Bobby, you finally appeared. Missing person returns. Good heavens. I thought you'd been abducted by aliens." Robert continued, "I know everyone must be curious where I've been all day, neither updating videos nor speaking in the group. The reason is simple. I was completely immersed in a game, the one that's been causing a storm online recently, with a promotional video that looks like a movie. Yes, it's Warhammer 40K. He changed the subject, getting to the point, his tone becoming serious. First, I want to say that this game's development team has an almost pathological obsession with realism. As soon as I entered the game, before I even understood what was happening, the foul air of the lower hive made my eyes water and nose run. I finally got into a troop transport, and the bumpy ride made me so disoriented I felt like I was going to throw up my bile. When I got to the battlefield, all my weapons and ammunition had to be scavenged from piles of corpses, in the stew served by logistics. I even found a piece of someone's uniform. The most outrageous thing is that you have to find a safe place to log off in this game. Otherwise, while you're sleeping, you might actually be ambushed by something. His complaints made the bullet comments lively. "Haha, daring to not wear a gas mask in the lower hive. I salute you as a true man. As an iron-willed warrior of the Imperium, if you get thrown off a vehicle, you can climb back on yourself. LOL. Woke up after sleeping to find myself gnawed to pieces by mutated rats in the lower hive." But at the same time, different voices appeared. Wait, is this game really that hardcore? It sounds too off-putting. It feels less like playing a game and more like suffering, as if anticipating the audience's reaction. Dr. Dixie Normus's expression became serious. He said to the camera, "But I also noticed that the development team isn't trying to deliberately torment players with so-called realism, nor are they simply piling up environmental assets to create superficial realism. Their realism is a realism with internal logic. And this realism brings an unparalleled sense of immersion. I can say with great certainty that there is no game on the market right now that can compare in this regard." He began to give examples. For instance, after one battle, I and several other closed beta players spontaneously dragged the bodies of fallen Astra Militarum soldiers to a relatively intact spot for placement. Because of this small gesture, we could clearly feel that the other NPC soldiers in the camp became friendlier and more respectful towards us. When the commissar returned later, he didn't punish us for leaving our posts without permission. He just told us to return to our positions immediately, and even softened his tone, telling us to ensure our own survival before worrying about the dead. Before this, whenever we violated any tactical regulations, the commissar would communicate directly with shouts and pistol backhands. Another example, the death penalty in this game is very severe, clearing all your faction merits and resetting your relationship network in the eyes of NPCs. And the one who carries out this penalty of clearing faction merits is your superior officer. So, this means if the player himself becomes a superior officer, as long as this player officer is willing to reinstate you, then theoretically, you don't have to worry about job resets and merit clearance caused by death at all. This revelation instantly set the bullet comments ablaze. "Holy cow, that awesome! Learned how to exploit a bug after only one day? 666, it's really you, Bobby. Hey, how can you call a bug? Anything that benefits players is called a feature." Dr. Dixie Normus looked at the camera, showing a you-all-know smile, and continued. "At the same time, I also want to praise this game's development team. Their attitude is truly excellent. After this closed beta ended, we weren't immediately kicked off the server. Instead, we were invited to a special space for a direct, face-to-face communication session with the official game dev. The game dev very seriously asked us if there were any areas that needed changes in this closed beta, and for our questions, he answered almost every one. And for things that couldn't be done temporarily, he was also very straightforward. For example, you don't have to worry that the method I mentioned earlier to circumvent the death penalty will be harmonized by the officials, because this method was precisely what I asked about and received an answer to during my face-to-face meeting with the game dev. The game dev personally endorsed the rationality of this behavior. Clearly, while the development team pursues realism, they also don't restrict players, but instead give players a very high degree of freedom. They have absolute confidence in the self-consistency of the world's logic they created, believing that no matter how we skip classes or look for bugs, it won't lead to the collapse of the game's progression. The bullet comments boiled over again. Holy moly, this official team is a bit awesome. They've opened up the pattern. I've never seen an official team that encourages players to use bugs. To use game features. Now that you say that, I absolutely have to wait for the open beta and go into their game to look for bugs." As the video gradually neared its end, Dr. Dixie Normus's smile faded, and he delivered his final summary. Although this experience was only a short day outside the game and just 3 days within the game, I believe this closed beta was complete and successful. The development team clearly has no intention of making this game a mainstream game. At least at this stage, I haven't seen any such intention. Their target player group is very clear and simple. Hardcore players who have a lot of free time and are willing to spend a lot of energy to study and immerse themselves. As for whether such an approach is good or bad, different people have different opinions. But at least in my opinion, such an approach is not necessarily bad. The final shot lingered on Dr. Dixie Normus's sincere gaze, while the bullet comments were engaged in their final discussions. Hardcore game. So how do they plan to recoup their costs? Hardcore is good. It should be like this. It's no fun at all to let a bunch of low-quality individuals into the game. What a pity. I'm a working person with too little time, It seems I won't be able to get into it." The video ended. The screen went black. But the storm of public opinion it stirred up had only just begun. This video was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. Its shockwave quickly broke through the limitations of a single video platform and began to spread to every corner of the entire internet. Dr. Dixie Normus's video was like a fuse, thoroughly igniting the mountain of public opinion that had already accumulated. Within just a few hours of the video's release, terms like Warhammer 40K Perdicia, most realistic game ever, and hardcore game ceiling quickly dominated the trending topics on major social media platforms. Countless players and cloud players engaged in fierce discussions about the video's content, with some yearning for it, some questioning it, and others simply enjoying the spectacle. Just as this buzz reached its peak, an official forum named Warhammer 40K Perdicia quietly launched. As soon as the news broke, it was like a floodgate opening, and a massive number of users instantly poured in. The forum's page design was extremely simple, even crude, but this did not deter the players' enthusiasm in the slightest. With every refresh, dozens of new posts appeared, ranging from analyzing video details and discussing game mechanics to pure emotional venting and urging for an open beta, a diverse array of content. As the sole producer and back-end administrator of this game, Terrabyte naturally built this forum himself. He browsed the rapidly scrolling posts, seeing an astonishing number of online users in the back-end. Then he published the only official sticky post in the most prominent position on the forum. Notice regarding the second closed technical test of Warhammer 40K Perdicia. Thank you all for your attention to this game. The second closed technical test is about to begin. This test will add 90 new players to the original 10 testers. Test qualifications will be randomly drawn from all registered users. This post was like pouring a basin of cold water into boiling oil. The entire forum instantly exploded. As soon as the registration channel below the post opened, the numbers began to soar at a terrifying speed. 100,000, 500,000, 800,000. Soon, the number of registrants broke the 1 million mark. It seemed that despite Robert describing all sorts of torturous points in the video, that ultimate sense of realism still held a fatal attraction for countless players. Terrabyte also had no intention of deliberately keeping players in suspense. For him, players were a valuable resource, the key to saving Perdicia. Any further delay, and a few remaining humans on that planet would truly be doomed. After the number of registrants reached a certain threshold, he closed the channel, randomly selected 90 lucky individuals, and sent them test invitations. The familiar sensation of weightlessness and falling struck again. Robert skillfully composed himself, waiting for his consciousness to reconnect with his body. When he opened his eyes again, and his vision cleared from complete darkness, he was back in the familiar trench, filled with the scent of gunpowder and earth. He eagerly scrambled up, ready to greet his fellow comrades, but froze the next second. He looked around and realized something was amiss. The trench was empty. Including himself, there were only the original 10 players here. The NPC Astra Militarum soldiers who were supposed to be stationed here, and Commissar Walter, who always had a stern face and was prone to kicking people's butts, were all gone. The empty position was eerily silent, with only occasional explosions in the distance, proving that this world was still at war. What's going on? The main force retreated and forgot about his players? Or is the game bugged? Robert subconsciously touched his side. Fortunately, the chain's word named Xenos must die, and the lost gun were still there, giving him a sense of security. The other 9 veteran players also gradually woke up from their brief bewilderment, looking at each other, clearly unsure of the current situation. It's worth noting that the players who had previously complained that the game was too hardcore, the penalties too severe, and declared they wouldn't play anymore before the Q&A session, were still online. The other players obviously noticed this as well. The player with the ID Maverick showed a mischievous smile, teasing, "Oh, bosses, didn't you say you weren't playing anymore? Why'd you go back on your word and come back online?" The player who was called out blushed, stubbornly arguing, Can a player's actions be called going back on their word? He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. This is called being brave enough to make a change. I said I wasn't playing before, but I didn't say I wouldn't play now. His righteous sophistry instantly amused everyone. For a moment, the silent trench was filled with cheerful air. The cheerful air in the trench did not last too long. A low rumble of engines, growing louder from a distance, broke the brief, relaxed atmosphere. The sound grew louder and louder, and even the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate slightly. Something's happening. Robert was the first to react, immediately crouching down, gripping his chained word, and cautiously peering half his head over the edge of the trench's breastwork. The other 9 veteran players also put away their joking expressions, each finding cover and looking in the direction of the sound. In the distance, dust rolled, and several Chimera-armored personnel carriers, emblazoned with the Imperial Aquila, were speeding towards their position. Their massive metal bodies bounced over the rough terrain, making loud clanging noises, and finally stopped not far in front of the trench. The rear ramp of the lead personnel carrier slammed open with a thud, and a familiar figure emerged. It was Commissar Walter, dressed in a black greatcoat and with a serious expression. Immediately after, the doors of all the personnel carriers opened. The players in the trench were surprised to find that all those who disembarked from these vehicles were new recruits just like them, wearing standard carapace armor. This large group of 90 newcomers were clearly the lucky ones chosen for the second closed beta. Most of them were pale at this moment, their steps unsteady. Some were retching while holding onto the vehicle, while others stared blankly at the real battlefield filled with the smell of gunpowder, clearly still adapting to the tumultuous riding experience and the immense shock this game brought. Commissar Walter scanned the trench, his sharp gaze finally settling on Robert. "Robert," he shouted. "I'm here, Commissar." Robert instinctively straightened his back and responded loudly. Walter gestured with his chin towards the 90 disoriented new players behind him, issuing a concise command. "These are all your subordinates. From now on, they're all under your command. I require you to lead them to hold this position for at least one day." Robert was completely stunned by this sudden appointment. "Commander? Me?" However, his mind raced, and he quickly understood. This was probably not a random system assignment, but a result of his previous actions, whether it was actively gathering intelligence or burying fallen comrades. These actions inadvertently increased his favorability with Commissar Walter. It seems this game does have a favorability system, but it's completely hidden and everything depends on the player's actual actions. Having figured this out, Robert's confusion vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. He immediately stood at attention and loudly assured the Commissar, "Yes, Commissar, I guarantee the mission will be completed." Walter nodded, seemingly satisfied with his reaction. He gave Robert one last look, his tone unreadable as to whether it was concern or a warning, only saying, "Be careful, don't die." With that, he turned and boarded the Chimera APC, signaling the other drivers. Amidst the roar of engines, the convoy turned around and quickly left the position, leaving behind only rolling dust and 100 players looking at each other. The dust stirred up by the troop transport convoy gradually settled, leaving Robert and his 99 subordinates. He looked at the group of people before him. The 10 old ones were fine, having at least experienced one battle, but the 90 new ones were completely out of it. Some were curiously stroking the mud walls of the trench, while others tried to strike up conversations with those around them, making the scene a bit chaotic. Commanding a group of players? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Robert's forehead. This was arguably the most impossible task in the world. Players were known for their free-spirited, undisciplined nature. Making them obey another player's command was as difficult as teaching an ogre advanced mathematics. Just as he was feeling anxious and wondering how to start in a way that would command respect from this group, a light blue virtual screen automatically popped up in front of him. Main quest triggered. Mission objective: lead the other 99 players to defend the current position for at least one day, 24 hours. Failure penalty: none. Mission progress 10/86,400. At the same time, a surprise commotion arose in the crowd. Ruthless Assassin quickly ran up to Robert, his face filled with excitement. Boss, my system panel says I've triggered a main quest. It says defend the position for at least 1 day under the leadership of the new company commander, Dr. Dixie Normus. As he finished speaking, other players also chimed in, saying they had received the same mission prompt. A warmth immediately surged through Robert's heart, and he felt like bowing to the game dev on the spot. Game dev, you truly are a great person. If Terrabyte were standing in front of him at that moment, Robert would probably rush forward without hesitation, embrace him, and give him 2 big kisses. With the system quest to back him up, and him adding a bit of his own authority, the difficulty of commanding instantly dropped from hell mode to a beginner's tutorial. The system panel prompt also made Robert realize that now was not the time for sentimentality. He quickly calmed himself down and brought up his personal panel, wanting to see what specific updates this second closed beta had compared to the last one. The UI interface still maintained a minimalist style without any flashy decorations, allowing Robert to immediately spot the differences from last time. Game ID, Dr. Dixie Normus. Position, Temporary Company Commander, 13th Company, 102nd Regiment, Perdicia Astra Militarum. Faction Merit, Ordinary, 3/1000. Legendary Status, Unknown, 0. Skills, Master Chainsaw Sword, X/X, Temporary. Basic Shooting, 13/100. Basic Melee, 7/100. Body Data, Skull Strength, 10.3/10.5. Current/max. Thoracic Resistance, 10.1/10.5. Current/max. Liver Function, 9.6/10.5. Current/max. Robert didn't ponder on his own. He tentatively used his mind to click on each line of text. Sure enough, the Dear Game dev had thoughtfully added detailed annotations to each attribute. Game ID. No need to explain, it was his in-game ID. Position. Could be understood as authority. Faction Merit. The explanation for this was the most crucial. It was both the experience points necessary to advance in rank and the currency circulating within the faction. Advancing in rank unlocked the authority to exchange for more and better equipment and supplies, and exchanging these items required consuming merit. It was worth noting that merit, once accumulated to its cap and a promotion was achieved, would not be consumed. There were only 2 ways to consume merit: exchanging items at the shop on the panel, and merit being reset to 0 due to death. This required players to make reasonable plans, finding a balance between accumulating merit to increase authority and consuming merit to exchange for equipment to ensure survival. After all, if a person died, no matter how much merit they accumulated, it would all be for naught. At the end of the annotation, the game dev also specifically added a small line. Unless your superior is willing to approve a newcomer taking over the merit and assets of someone who has died. Upon seeing this, Robert's heart skipped a beat. Although the game dev had already expressed support during the first closed beta conversation, having it written directly in the game's annotations still exceeded his expectations. Only then did he realize how immense the authority and binding power of his temporary company commander position was over other players. If he wished, whether other players' hard-earned faction merit could be inherited after their deaths was entirely up to his word. Now it seemed, even without the system quest's help, as long as he wasn't brain damaged, utilizing this power well could also effectively unite other players around him to jointly defend the position. As for legendary status, the annotation was vague, only stating that it represented a player's reputation within the Empire, with its specific function unknown. Robert didn't pay too much attention to this. For him, a mere temporary company commander on a remote planet, this was too distant. The skill bar was also easy to understand. Robert specifically took a closer look at his Master Chainsaw Sword. The annotation showed that the reason this skill was in an unquantifiable state, X/X, was entirely due to the special effect of the chained word named Xeno Exterminator he held, and had nothing to do with his own muscle memory or combat skills. Finally, the body data was even more interesting. The annotation stated that max strength referred to the character's base value after dying and resurrecting. This value could be permanently increased through a series of methods, such as gene modification surgery, high-intensity physical training, and even warp energy erosion. While decreasing, it was extremely difficult. Current strength was the character's current physical state, and this value was very easy to decrease. Conventional situations like fatigue, injury, hunger, and illness would all lead to its temporary decay. At this point, Robert's thoughts drifted. He mused that, according to this setting, for warp-infused powerhouses like Primarchs, to increase their strength cap, they probably just needed to shake their bodies, roar power, "I command you to emerge," and their stats would skyrocket like they'd activated Kaioken, except for Gilliman. While Robert was studying the panel, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out from among the new players, carrying a hint of doubt and relief. "Hey, look, if this main quest fails, why is the penalty none? Is this game so lenient? I thought failing would deduct merit or even delete my account." This statement immediately caught the attention of other new players. They all brought up their mission panels to check and found it was indeed true. It's true, there's no failure penalty. Then what's there to be afraid of? At worst, we just can't hold it. There's no loss anyway. Haha, this game dev is quite humane. The discussion atmosphere immediately became relaxed, and some players even showed "I see" expressions, seemingly feeling that the pressure of the mission had suddenly decreased. However, just then, a faint voice rose from the crowd, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I say, is there a possibility that the so-called no penalty is because the system doesn't need to set an additional penalty at all?" The voice paused, then continued. "The fall of a position usually means the complete annihilation of our defending forces. All of us will die, and death itself is the greatest penalty, merit reset to 0. At the same time, our temporary company commander will also be removed from his post due to mission failure. By then, he naturally won't be able to approve us inheriting anyone's merit. Isn't this the most severe penalty?" These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the heads of the players who had just been enthusiastically discussing, and the boisterous atmosphere immediately froze. Everyone fell silent. They pondered carefully and found that these words were absolutely spot on, with impeccable logic. Yes, if everyone was dead, what more penalty was needed? Death in this game wasn't as simple as respawning after a countdown. It was a real asset wipe. A few seconds later, a more enthusiastic response erupted from the new player group than before, but this time, the direction had completely changed. "Holy crap, boss's analysis makes sense. Company Commander, Dr. Dixie Normus, sir. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and command us." Right. We're all noobs. How exactly do we play this game? Hurry and teach us." "Company Commander, please give the order. We promise to obey commands." The new players immediately eagerly expressed their stance, each looking at Robert with eyes full of anticipation and trust, as if he were the only son that could lead everyone out of the novice village. Robert was also enlightened by those words. He secretly looked approvingly in the direction the voice came from, silently noting down the ID of the speaking player in his heart, Joker. Facing 100 pairs of trusting eyes, Robert took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was just a game dev, completely clueless about real-world military command. Fortunately, he still understood basic army organization. Moreover, having played so many strategy games, his theoretical experience was quite rich. "Attention, everyone!" Robert cleared his throat, his voice more steady and powerful than he expected. "Now I issue my first order. All veteran players who participated in the first closed beta, step forward." Asasin, Kane, and 9 others immediately stepped out. "The 9 of you will serve as temporary squad leaders. Begin grouping now. Each squad leader will lead 9 new players to form a combat squad, making a total of 10 squads." As soon as he finished speaking, Grouping information automatically popped up on all players' system panels. Clearly, the system had made the quickest allocation based on his command. However, just as the grouping was completed, a discordant voice rang out. In the 7 squads formation, a new player raised his hand with a bitter expression. Company commander, report. Speak. Robert looked at him. Are you sure? You want that ogre to command us? The player pointed at the burly, intellectually challenged Kane, who stood at the front of their squad. At these words, not only did Robert fall into a brief silence, but the other players also couldn't hold back, and a wave of suppressed laughter echoed through the trench. Only Kane himself, glaring at the questioning player, said in a booming voice, "What's wrong? You look down on me? Come on, let's fight." As he spoke, he swayed his body, which was thicker than an ordinary person's thigh and covered in heavy metal plates. The player glanced at Kane's attire, which was comparable to light armor, and wisely shrank his head, retreating back into the formation, muttering, "I won't stoop to an ogren's level." Ahem! Robert coughed twice, breaking the awkward and amusing situation. "How about this? I'll manually adjust it." He scanned the crowd, a new idea forming. All players who like or are good at close combat, raise your hands. About 8 or 9 players sparsely raised their hands, including Kane. Most of them had combative eyes, or simply enjoyed the thrill of blade meeting flesh. Very good. Robert nodded. The 7 squad will be regrouped, consisting of all close combat players, with Kane as the squad leader. You will serve as the company's reserve and assault team. Wherever the battle is critical or a countercharge is needed, the 7th squad will go in for a melee. This arrangement was reasonable and logical, letting those skilled at something do what they were good at. The players all nodded in agreement, and those assigned to the close combat squad were even more eager, looking quite excited. Next, Robert, following the deployment methods of Astra Militarum veterans he remembered, assigned the remaining 9 squads to various key positions in the trench, making simple arrangements for crossfire and key defensive areas. After all this, the defensive posture of the position finally looked respectable. With the orders delivered, the trench fell silent for a while, with only the sound of the wind and the occasional distant echoes of artillery fire remaining. The players checked their weapons, awaiting the enemy's appearance. Squatting in the temporarily dug command post, Robert couldn't help but start reviewing his sudden promotion to company commander. Regardless, a new recruit who had only joined the army a few days ago, being promoted to commander of a 100-man company on the front lines and entrusted with the heavy responsibility of holding the position, was an extremely unusual occurrence in any serious military context. Perhaps in other games, it could be explained with "it's just a game," but in this incredibly realistic game, Robert believed that every NPC's decision had a strict logic behind it. Otherwise, the game dev wouldn't have such great confidence to let players mess around in the game world. Could it be that the war situation has deteriorated beyond repair? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that even his initial 10-man squad was personally picked up by a high-ranking official like a commissar. Could it be that all other mid to low-ranking officers of this regiment had already died? Perhaps, in addition, the position they were now defending had lost its original strategic importance and become a chicken rib that could be discarded at any time. If this were the case, it would explain why Commissar Walter would throw a bunch of green recruits here and casually assign an old soldier who had only fought for 3 days to be their company commander. It was merely a low-cost utilization of waste. Robert shook his head, casting these negative speculations out of his mind. Overthinking would not help complete the mission. The most urgent task now was to improve his and the entire company's survival capabilities. He decided to check out the newly opened faction store to see what his meager merits could buy. However, when he mentally opened the exchange list and saw the glittering options at the very top, he was completely stunned. "Holy crap," he blurted out. "As a company commander, can exchange for a Baneblade super heavy tank? Are we an elite, reinforced company of the Cadian shock troops?" His shout immediately attracted the attention of several nearby players. "What? Baneblade? Company commander, let me see. Damn, You really can exchange for it. This exchange list is too awesome, isn't it? Is the company commander's authority really that great? That's so damn expensive, it would take ages to accumulate that much merit. The players gathered around and took a look at the astronomical merit requirements, all gasping in unison. Robert also recovered from his initial shock, scratched his head, and raised a very practical question. Even if I really save enough merit to exchange for it, where would this Bane blade derive from? The players couldn't answer this question. But in the depths of the warp, imperceptible to mortals, the god of information, Terrabyte, heard this question and couldn't help but smile faintly. Where else would it derive from? Of course, I, the game dev hidden behind the scenes, would personally conjure it for you. Terrabyte even hoped that players would exchange for more things, especially these complex war machines. Each act of creation out of nothing was a deep application and practice of his authority, greatly enhancing his mastery and understanding of the essence of his power. Moreover, all of this happened in the real universe, and the energy fluctuations would be diluted by the vast material world, so there was no need to worry about making too much noise and attracting the attention of those greedy and filthy neighbors in the warp. Just as Robert and the other players were gathered around the virtual shop panel, drooling over the powerful but expensive war machines within, a dazzling red laser beam, whoosh, ed past their heads, instantly igniting something in the distance. They're firing. Enemy attack. The players in the trench instinctively scattered, hastily grabbing their lost guns and cautiously peering over the edge of the trench. However, they soon discovered, to their disappointment, that they couldn't see anything. The terrain of the lower hive was as complex as a labyrinth, and their section of the trench was precisely blocked by a large building corner, obstructing their view. They could only see the laser beam flying towards somewhere beyond their sight. What's going on? Our enemies here. Robert shouted towards the high ground, raising his gun. However, the players on the high ground gave no response. The shouts echoed a few times through the empty ruins before dissipating. Robert quickly realized that the distance between them was too great, and with the battlefield noise, the other party couldn't hear what he was saying at all. He randomly pointed a new player beside him. You, go up there quickly and ask what's happening and why they're firing. Yes. The player accepted the order and immediately scrambled up the slope beside the trench, heading towards the high ground. Robert refocused his gaze forward, though he still couldn't see anything. I should have chosen a position with a better view, he thought with some regret. He blamed himself for being too complacent. Now that the battle had begun, he realized that this game didn't have a convenient God's eye view or instant communication. Soon, a player ran over, panting, and awkwardly performed an Aquila salute on his chest, mimicking an NPC. Reporting company commander. Wait a moment, Robert interrupted him, looking at him confusedly. Who are you? The player in front of him, whether by ID, appearance, or voice, was completely different from the one he had sent out earlier. Oh, our squad leader sent me over. The player scratched his head and explained somewhat sheepishly. Our squad leader realized after firing that he should probably send someone to report the situation to you, so he quickly sent me over. Robert was speechless for a moment, thinking how casual this command system was. All right, at least someone came. Tell me, who are the enemies? How many? What types of units? How far are they from the front line? The enemies are cultists. The player answered the first question decisively, then started to falter. Numbers, a lot. Unit types, I kind of forgot, but there shouldn't be any elite units. They're all dressed in rags. Distant from our first line of defense, still quite far. After listening, Robert felt his head starting to ache. How many is a lot? What level of equipment is dressed in rags? How far is quite far? What kind of command could he give with such vague information? Perhaps the only thing worth celebrating was that the enemies were relatively far, giving them time to react. Just then, the player Robert had initially sent out also huffed and puffed back, reporting, Company Commander, the enemies are cultists, unknown numbers, shoddy equipment, and far away. Robert said weakly, preempting him. Yes. The player looked at him in surprise. Company Commander, how did you know? After this battle, I must set up a dedicated communications officer position. Robert rubbed his temples, muttering to the air, "System, will communications officers receive merits rewards?" A cold, mechanical voice echoed directly in his mind. Holy crap, I just asked casually, and it actually answered. Robert jumped in surprise. Game dev, you're not spying on us, are you? This time, the system gave him no further response. He also didn't have a chance to try asking new questions. A ball of energy, flickering with ominous purple light, whistled in and landed precisely beside him. Boom! The psychic missile exploded, and the enormous shockwave instantly tore a player next to him into scattered dust. Although the player's body reformed and recovered in a flash of light the next second, this sudden scene still gave Robert and the surrounding players a fright. Robert suddenly looked up and was immediately horrified. At some unknown point, large numbers of ragged cultists, armed with crude weapons, had already charged to the first line of defense. What's going on? Robert was a bit anxious. This was completely different from the commander with a feather fan and silk scarf, who, in a flash of conversation and laughter, reduced enemy warships to ashes scenario he had imagined. Didn't you say they were still some distance away? The player with the ID Muad'Dib, who had been watching the front line, loudly responded, "Company Commander." They seem to have suddenly appeared from another corner. I can't see very clearly either. The terrain is too complex. Then why was Commissar Walter able to give orders in advance during the first test? Robert instinctively retorted. Muad'Dib paused, then answered somewhat uncertainly. Perhaps. Commissar Walter had reconnaissance teams and sentries placed outside in advance. Although he knew Muad'Dib's words held no sarcasm, Robert still felt his cheeks burning, so embarrassed he could dig an entire garden world with his toes at the bottom of the trench. Next time I will definitely set up reconnaissance teams and sentries too, he said through gritted teeth. Another psychic missile struck. The enemy seemed to have pinpointed his position as commander, but unfortunately, their aim was poor. This time it also missed, only blowing up a large patch of dirt nearby. Damn your mother. My bulletproof armor is completely ruined. The unlucky player, who had been affected by 2 consecutive explosions, cursed loudly. You've got a grudge against me, don't you? Damn it, don't let me catch you, you son of a bitch. At the same time, these 2 clearly visible missile trajectories successfully exposed the attacker's position. The players followed the trajectory and saw a chaos sorcerer, dressed in a magnificent robe, standing arrogantly on a ruined platform, seemingly with no intention of hiding himself. Rabble, the chaos sorcerer, Elias Holmes, looked at the chaotic Astra Militarum on the position below and said disdainfully, I see this so-called Imperial Guard is nothing special at all. The cultist beside him immediately flattered him obsequiously. This is because of your lordship's boundless wisdom and brilliant strategies. Anyone else would fare the same. Ha 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 ha. Elias laughed triumphantly, but his mouth feigned modesty, saying, Don't exaggerate too much. You all know I'm a very humble person. Although the other cultists inwardly despised this upstart who had risen through warp blessings, their flattery and compliments were relentless. On the other side, in the player's position, It's too dangerous here, a player shouted, looking at the arrogant sorcerer. Company commander, you should retreat quickly. The other players immediately reacted, echoing, right, the leader goes first. Protect the leader. Protect the leader. Robert looked at the players, each vying to protect him, and was touched for a second, but then immediately realized. These bastards were afraid that if their company commander was gone, and they died, there would be no one to approve the inheritance of their hard-earned merit. Terrabyte, in the warp, saw all of this clearly. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Rabble! Both the attacking cultists and the defending players were like a disorganized group of skirmishers at this moment. If it were ordinary mortal troops, under conditions of command error and intelligence deficiency, such a sudden assault would definitely lead to them being overrun by the cultists, with no chance to correct their mistakes. But unfortunately, these cultists were facing players, For players, there were always countless opportunities and costs for trial and error. Moreover, these were players who could revive on the spot with full health under the protection of Terrabyte. The cultists let out fanatical battle cries, surging like a tide into the players' first line of defense. In their eyes, victory was already within reach. These new recruits commanded chaotically, with loose formations, and a single charge would be enough to utterly crush them. However, they soon discovered that they had rejoiced too soon. When the first wave of cultists stepped into the trenches, ready to harvest the scattered Astra Militarum, they were met not with screams of fear, but with glinting bayonets and whistling laser fire. It was as if they had stepped into a quagmire. For the Emperor, a player shouted, leaping out from behind a corpse, his lost gun blasting a hole through a cultist's chest at close range. On the other side, a player whose abdomen had been pierced by a bayonet before falling held his enemy in a death grip and pulled the pin on a grenade at his waist. Amidst a deafening explosion, both of them, along with several surrounding cultists, were torn to shreds. A few seconds later, that player respawned perfectly intact in the same spot, picked up a new lost gun, and rejoined the battle. The battle became incredibly bizarre. The Astra Militarum, who should have lost organization and scattered after their commander was incapacitated, were launching attack after attack with a fearless fanaticism. The cultist army, which should have extinguished this position like a tidal wave, was instead entangled and torn to shreds by countless tenacious small forces. The logic of the battlefield was completely inverted. Sometimes a squad of cultists paid a heavy price to finally reach the second trench, only to be horrified to find that a dozen or so people had suddenly sprung out of the first trench behind them, which should have been cleared, waving weapons, cutting off their retreat, and encircling them. Sometimes, 5 or 6 players gathered together to form a fire team, but due to poor positioning and blocking each other's line of sight, they were instead scattered by a small group of cultists. But once these players were broken up and became individual operators, their combat power increased exponentially. Kane, the leader of the 7th Squad, was like an out-of-control killing machine. After being scattered, his ferocity was unleashed. His huge body charged through the cultist crowd, and each swing of his makeshift club brought with it a bloody mess of severed limbs. He alone single-handedly held off an assault from one direction, only to be focused down after killing dozens of cultists. But before long, he would roar back from death, continuing his slaughter. Such bizarre scenes were playing out across the entire battlefield. These Astra Militarum seemed to have no understanding of coordinated combat or positional tactics. For them, individual combat was what they were most proficient and skilled at, while group combat was something extremely unfamiliar to them. Standing high above, Chaos Sorcerer Elias Holmes's smile had long vanished, replaced by an increasingly grim expression. He couldn't understand it. He completely couldn't understand the tactics of this unit. They had no discipline, no cooperation, and not even basic fear. They were like a group of madmen, fighting in a completely illogical way. Casualties seemed meaningless to them, and breakthroughs in the front line didn't matter. They always managed to pop up from the most unexpected places, using the most barbaric methods to stir the front line back into a chaotic mess. This small force of Astra Militarum was like a brass beam thrown into gears, unbreakable, uncrushable, indigestible. Yet it made the entire war machine emit a teeth-grinding, grinding sound, making its operation increasingly difficult. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Elias watched his troops being constantly depleted without ever making decisive progress, fuming with rage. He once again condensed his psychic power, and a missile whistled down into the densest part of the crowd, blowing up several players. But more players immediately filled the gaps, as if nothing had happened. My master, Lord Elias, a cultist warlord with a scar on his face, gathered his courage and approached him. Our warriors are suffering heavy losses. Their formation is very strange. The brothers are separated. Charging like this will only increase casualties. We should regroup and attack from the flank. Shut up. Elias spun around abruptly, his eyes bloodshot with fury, purple psychic lightning arcing at his fingertips. "Are you telling me what to do? Are you saying that I, the great Elias Holmes, can't even defeat a bunch of new recruits?" The warlord trembled with fear and immediately prostrated himself. "No, this subordinate wouldn't dare. It's just, no just." Elias kicked him over. "I don't want tactics. I don't want schemes. I only want victory. I only want to stomp on the heads of these bugs in front of me one by one. My face, the glory of my lord, must not be defiled by this trash." He had completely lost his temper. For a parvenu like Elias, who had suddenly gained power through warp blessings, face was more important than anything else. Admitting his tactical failure was more unbearable than death. He pointed at the chaotic battlefield below, letting out an unquestionable roar to all his subordinates. "Pass on my order. Everyone charge. Charge at all costs. Retreaters die. Hesitators die. Use your flesh and blood to fill that damn trench. Grind them into dust." The order was relayed, and the sounds of whips and curses from the warlords echoed from the rear of the cultist ranks. Under the threat of death, the already somewhat timid believers could only let out desperate roars again, surging towards the player's position even more frantically and chaotically. The previous charges at least had basic formations and waves, but now it had completely devolved into a disorganized, desperate attrition tactic. The front and rear ranks were squeezed together, people pushing and trampling each other, only to escape the slaughter of the warlords behind them, blindly rushing towards that meat grinder called the Astra Militarum position. And this, apparently, was exactly what the players wanted. "Guys, they're completely messed up. Their formation is gone," a player shouted excitedly. "Don't chicken out, just go for it. The chance to rack up merits is here." "Ah, this man has lost his head. He's just handing out kills." Robert was originally still bothered by his terrible command, but seeing this scene, he suddenly had an epiphany and understood something. He no longer tried to restrain the players' actions, but instead shouted loudly, "All squad leaders, attention. Abandon fixed defenses. All personnel, free attack. Stir them up even more." This order completely unleashed the players' true nature. The entire battlefield became a huge, chaotic playground. Players no longer rigidly defended the trenches. They scattered in twos and threes, using ruins, corners, and every available piece of terrain to launch the most deadly harassment against the disordered tide. A player had just poked his head out from behind cover, accurately picking off a cultist, and immediately ducked back. Before the cultist's companions could react, another grenade flew in from a building on the flank, blowing them all over. Melee fanatics like Kane were even more in their element. He no longer held a fixed position but roamed the battlefield, charging wherever the cultists were densest, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, each appearance stirring up a bloody storm. The cultists were completely bewildered. They were no longer facing a single defensive line, but enemies everywhere. They didn't know which direction an attack would come from, nor did they know if a grenade would suddenly fall into their safe zone the next second. Chaos met chaos, but the players' chaos was an efficient, murderous chaos supported by immortality and individual heroism. The cultist chaos, however, was a self-destructive chaos born of collapsing morale and incapacitated command. Standing on a high platform, Elias watched as his troops, like chunks of meat thrown into a grinder, were devoured and pulverized bit by bit. His urging shouts became increasingly hysterical, and his face turned from flushed to ashen. In the player-controlled meat grinder, the cultists suffered unimaginable casualties. Perhaps this tiny position, located in a corner of the lower Hive ruins, was but a grain of sand in the boundless desert of the entire Hive City's brutal grand battlefield. It wouldn't even be marked on an Imperial General strategic map, nor was it ever considered crucial in a Chaos Lord's grand plan. But for every cultist present, those abstract concepts were too distant. The laser that burned the air with a charred smell as it passed their ears, the bayonet that pierced their comrades' chests, bringing out warm entrails, the hot blood mixed with minced meat and bone fragments that splattered on their faces. All of this was 10,000 times more real than the eternal rewards promised by the cultist leadership or the vast casualty figures of the overall battlefield. They didn't understand. These humble believers, promised a glorious future, were completely plunged into cognitive confusion. They were the ones who had received the blessings of the dark gods. They were the ones who had been promised that their souls would be reincarnated in the warp after death. So why? Why did these lackeys, who should fear death and were bound by the decaying faith of the corpse emperor, act crazier, more violent, and more fearless than them? They seemed to care nothing for their own lives, each charge carrying the resolve of mutual destruction. The expression on their faces wasn't fear, but a difficult-to-understand excitement. Their already shaky faith began to crumble inch by inch before this blood and flesh mill. And when the chaos sorcerer Elias, ignoring the dissuasion of his subordinates, stubbornly insisted on having the troops make continuous, mindless charges, this collapse accelerated. Faced with meaningless, extremely cruel casualties, the cultists were completely shaken. Finally, a cultist, after witnessing his last comrade's head being smashed by a flying club, completely broke down. He let out an inhuman shriek, threw away his weapon, and turned to flee for his life in the direction they had come from. His action was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly triggering a chain reaction. I'm not fighting anymore. I don't want to die. Devils. They are devils. Mommy. More and more cultists gave up their attack and joined the ranks of the fleeing. The rout spread like a plague. The previously chaotic charge line completely turned into a desperate, every-man-for-himself retreat. From above, the chaos sorcerer Elias Holmes took it all in. His face was as black as a pot, and the knuckles clutching his staff were white from excessive force. He watched his proud army crumble before his eyes, and the rage in his heart almost consumed his reason. Subconsciously, he wanted to find someone to bear the anger and responsibility for this failure. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the equally ashen-faced cultist overseers and subordinates. However, a fact that sent shivers down his spine surfaced in his mind. From the start of the battle until now, from the first probing attack to the later utterly frenzied charges, all the orders had been given by him alone. His subordinates, from beginning to end, had perfectly obeyed his every command, even the charge at all costs, order which now seemed utterly foolish to him. They faithfully carried out his will, driving the troops to their destruction, which meant that, even if someone were to be held responsible after the battle, the only one responsible would be him, Elias Holmes. He couldn't find anyone to shift the blame to. At this thought, Elias couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't from the cold wind of the Hive City's lower levels, but from fear of the future. He knew very well that in the chaotic system, failures had no good end. His superiors, the true bigwigs, would never listen to any of his explanations. They would only punish his incompetence in the cruelest way. No, this absolutely won't do. Idiots, all of you stop. Elias let out a roar imbued with psychic power, his voice seemingly exploding directly in the minds of every fleeing cultist. He sharply pointed backward, issuing a brutally cold order to the overseers beside him. Set up the heavy logging guns for me. Cowards die. Several overseers trembled, their faces showing horror. Of course, they had heavy logging guns. These were heavy weapons commonly deployed in the Astra Militarum, firing large-caliber solid rounds that could easily tear through the weak armor of vehicles, let alone the flesh and blood of mortals. But since the start of the battle, this great weapon had been kept hidden in the rear, never deployed in combat. The reason was simple. These were expensive assets. If they were destroyed on the front line, Lord Elias would surely be punished by his superiors. As for those lowly believers, if they died, they died. Like weeds, one crop cut down, another would grow, and no one would blame the commander for their lives. Therefore, the true purpose of this powerful logging gun was never to suppress the enemy with firepower, but to supervise the battle. Its muzzle was always pointed at their own people. The scar-faced overseer hesitated, opening his mouth as if to say something, But upon meeting Elias's murderous gaze, he immediately swallowed all his words and roared, "Yes, my lord. Quick, point the logging guns at those cowards." The heavy gun body was quickly mounted on a tripod, its dark, cavernous muzzle, thicker than a man's fist, turned in the direction of their own people's retreat. Fire! Thump! 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 Dull and terrifying gunshots echoed across the battlefield. This was not the sharp whine of a lost gun, but a colossal boom like a heavy hammer beating a drum. Each sound represented a deadly projectile being fired. In the fleeing crowd of cultists, a corridor of flesh and blood suddenly erupted. One cultist's upper body was directly torn in half by the immense kinetic energy. Another cultist was kicked by an invisible giant, flying into the air and turning into a blurry mist of blood mid-flight. The projectile, after penetrating 3 or 4 people, still retained its momentum, plowing a deep furrow in the ground. The scythe of death swung from behind, more efficient and more despair-inducing than the slaughter by the mad Astra Militarum in front. At this, all the fleeing cultists froze. They looked back and saw the heavy logging gun, spitting fire, set up on the high ground behind them, and the grim, cold faces of the overseers. A cruel reality lay before them. If they retreated, they would surely be riddled with holes by their own execution squad, dying without value. If they continued to charge forward, facing that group of fearless monsters, though it was a near certain death, perhaps they might survive. The instinct for survival overrode everything. "Aha!" The surviving cultists let out a scream more piercing than ever before. There was no longer fanaticism in that sound, only pure fear and despair. They turned around, like a flock of sheep driven by sheepdogs, and once again gritted their teeth, launching a new round of charges towards the player's position. Watching this desperate tide forced forward by death, Elias's face showed no trace of guilt, only a morbid sense of satisfaction at being in control. He had successfully used the blood of his own people to build a dam against the rout. The heavy logging guns used for supervision did indeed work, but the effect was completely different from what Elias had expected. The instinct for survival is powerful, and the wisdom the Hive City's underclass thugs often manifests in these devious ways. As the saying goes, above there are policies, below there are countermeasures. The cultists, driven back by death, quickly discovered an excellent loophole after charging a certain distance. One cultist, after a stray bullet grazed his scalp, stumbled and fell to the ground in fright. He was horrified to find that, once he was prone, most of the laser barges fired from the opposite trenches whistled over his head, greatly reducing the hit rate. Even better, as long as he didn't stand up and run back, the heavy logging guns of the supervisory team behind him wouldn't target him. He immediately lay motionless on the ground, his hands covering his head, his body pressed tightly against the blood-stained earth like a startled ostrich. This brilliant discovery was quickly imitated by others. Thus, an extremely comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The cultist army, which had originally charged like a tide, after suffering a small number of casualties, all lay down. They lay in sways on the open ground 100 meters away from the player's position, as if performing some bizarre ritual of worship. They neither advanced nor retreated, merely wriggling on the ground. Occasionally, a few unlucky ones were taken out by players' fragmentation grenades or precise single shots, but large-scale casualties were indeed curbed. Capturing the player's position, that now became an even more fantastical notion. The entire offensive completely stalled. Elias watched this scene from above, trembling with rage, his lungs feeling as if they would explode. Casualties, in his view, were the least worth mentioning. What he wanted was victory, overwhelming force, advancement, not to watch his army play dead on the ground like a group of terrified maggots. Useless, a bunch of damned cowards. His sharp, piercing curses echoed across the command platform. Despicable wretches. Do you really think you can earn the attention of the dark gods? You don't even qualify as sacrifices. He unleashed a torrent of vicious curses at the prone believers, but they either couldn't hear him or, if they did, dared not move. After his outburst, Elias's cold rationality regained the upper hand. He realized that relying on these useless individuals was impossible. To save face, to take this damn position, he could only rely on himself. A bunch of ants daring to defy my will? He hissed in a low growl, purple psychic flames rising around him. Let me personally descend and teach you ants who still believe in the Corpse Emperor what true power is. The will of the dark gods cannot be defied. Before his words finished, Elias's figure transformed into a purple streak of light, leaping decisively from the high platform. He crashed like a meteor into the center of the player's position, the ground beneath his feet cracking in response. A violent psychic shockwave erupted from him, and the first few players in its path, without even time to react, were sent flying, bleeding from their orifices. This sudden turn of events stunned all the players, and Elias gave them no chance to breathe. He raised his staff, purple lightning dancing in his eyes. Die! A twisted purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, precisely striking a player attempting to raise his gun. The player instantly became a smoking, charred human form, along with the lost gun in his hand, which melted into molten metal. Immediately after, Elias waved his hand, and 3 screaming psychic missiles materialized out of thin air, whistling into another player-dense firing point. A violent explosion sent dust skyward, and the cover, sandbags, and several players there were all obliterated. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen unprepared players were killed, each in a horrifying manner, creating a gruesome scene. Watching his handiwork, seeing these Astra Militarum soldiers so fragile under his psychic power, the frustration in Elias's heart vanished, replaced by an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. He spread his arms and let out a hearty, maniacal laugh. Corpse Emperor's lackeys suffer, wail, and then die. As for the players' reactions, oh my god, how did this boss suddenly come down? 0 frame startup, not even a cut scene. Shouldn't he usually make some arrogant speech from the platform and wait for us to be ready before jumping down? Damn it, why use psychic lightning of all things? My lost gun and bulletproof armor, which I just exchanged for merits, are gone again. How long will it take to grind that back? Man, you're dead and you're still worried about equipment? Nonsense. A person is dead, but in 10 seconds they're a good man again. Equipment gone is truly gone. To hell with his Palpatine knockoff. Let's beat his ass. Elias reveled in the pleasure of the slaughter, waving his staff as if conducting a symphony of death and destruction. Purple lightning and explosive fire intertwined, transforming this small position into a mortal hell. However, after some killing, he awkwardly discovered that something seemed amiss. The anticipated scene of the enemies collapsing, fleeing, and crying for their mothers did not occur. After the initial chaos, these Astra Militarum soldiers not only showed little fear of him, but instead, the look in their eyes was filled with an emotion he completely failed to comprehend. It wasn't hatred, nor despair, but a kind of longing mixed with greed and excitement. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves had seen a piece of fat meat fall from the sky. With a powerful shout that cut through the battlefield's clamor, kill the boss. Get EXP. Exchange for poison blades. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield instantly changed. Damn, man, that's so catchy. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? The players, who had just been scrambling to escape Elias's pursuit, laughed and chanted slogans he didn't understand, while simultaneously and unanimously turning their guns, aiming every weapon they could fire at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Lasers, live ammunition. Hundreds of thousands of attacks, like a torrential downpour, poured in from all directions, instantly engulfing Elias's figure. A purple psychic shield instantly unfurled before him, like an indestructible eggshell. The dense attacks struck the shield, creating dazzling ripples, but failed to harm him in the slightest. Elias sneered contemptuously. The shield's strength gave him boundless confidence. However, when he saw the cultists, who had just mustered a flicker of courage and were preparing to charge with him, once again decisively duck their heads and continue playing dead on the ground after seeing this terrifying concentrated fire. His recently calmed rage reignited. Useless, he roared in the direction of the cultists, while also shouting at the players, "Your attacks are meaningless against me. I'm completely invulnerable. Fools!" He had expected this powerful declaration to crush the enemy's morale, but what answered him was the players' gazes, as if they were looking at an idiot. This look set off alarm bells in Elias's heart. Sensing something was wrong, he suddenly looked behind him. A figure he saw had silently crept up behind him at some point, standing in the blind spot not covered by his psychic shield. That person was the Muad'Dib. His body was densely covered with fragmentation grenades taped and tied on, and he had 2 anti-vehicle magnetic bombs strapped to his chest, making him look like a walking arsenal. At this moment, he held a large handful of pins he had just pulled from the grenades. The moment their eyes met, the Muad'Dib grinned and roared, lunging at Elias. "For the God Emperor, I shall become a firefly." Boom! BLM. An unprecedented, earth-shattering roar instantly swallowed all other sounds on the battlefield. Blinding white light erupted from the epicenter, as if a miniature sun had risen in the center of the position. This was immediately followed by a devastating shockwave. Whether it was the original ruined walls of the Hive City or the temporary shelters and fortifications players had built for the battle, everything crumbled like paper before this brutal force, easily torn apart, blown away, and collapsed. Players within 100 meters of the explosion were, without exception, thrown askew and knocked off their feet by the terrifying shockwave. Those further away only felt as if their eardrums had been pierced by a red-hot iron poker, gritting their teeth in agony as their heads buzzed with a deafening roar. But those closer suffered terribly. They were thrown high into the air, then slammed back down, their mouths spewing blood that stained the ground before them, feeling as if countless bones in their bodies had been broken. Several severely wounded players lying on the ground didn't even have the strength to wail, only weakly crying out, "Quick, give me a shot." Fortunately, despite the horrific friendly fire, few people cursed the assassin for it. After all, in this game, the penalty for character death was far less severe than equipment damage. One player struggled to get up from the ground and immediately checked his lost gun and bulletproof armor, letting out a long sigh of relief when he found only a few scratches. Good. The equipment is fine. Indeed, bulletproof armor and laser guns had much higher resistance to pure shrapnel and shockwave damage than flesh and blood. As for the Muad'Dib and Chaos Sorcerer Elias, who were at the very center of the explosion, under such a world-destroying suicide attack, naturally, not a single identifiable trace remained. The purple psychic flames that permeated the battlefield completely dissipated with Elias's annihilation. The cultists lying on the ground first raised their heads in terror. Then they realized that the chilling psychic pressure that had weighed on their hearts had vanished. They could no longer see the high and mighty sorcerer, who had regarded their lives as mere grass. Both the supreme commander and the ultimate military deterrent were gone. The deathly silence lasted only a few seconds. "He's dead. The sorcerer is dead," someone shouted first, and then the desire for survival completely erupted. The cultists, without any further hesitation, scrambled to their feet, threw down their weapons, and desperately fled backward, their organization completely collapsing at that moment. Meanwhile, the supervisory team on the high ground behind, watching the overwhelming tide of retreating people, also fell into a brief hesitation. "Sir, should we still stop them?" a supervision team member asked tremblingly. The scarred supervisor spat fiercely, unmounting his heavy lumbering gun from its tripod and slinging it over his shoulder. "Stop them, my ass. Master Elias is gone. And with just 100 or so of us, a few dozen guns, we're going to stop these thousands of routed soldiers? Are you stupid?" He looked around, lowering his voice. "Life is so good. I haven't lived enough yet. Haul ass." At his command, the supervision team, which had just been slaughtering routed soldiers, unhesitatingly joined the fleeing ranks. And because of their position in the rear, they actually ended up at the very front of the main force. On the position, the players watched the cultists retreat in chaotic disarray like a receding tide, but there was no joy of victory on their faces. Instead, they were plunged into a strange state of bewilderment. One player stared blankly at the empty center of the explosion, finally unable to help but shout out everyone's unspoken thought. "Dude, you just died like that? Where's your second phase?" The player group instantly erupted. "No way. It's over just like that. Damn it. I just finished warming up. I just bought a dueling sword, ready to go up and chop 'em up." "What about the promised day-long bloody battle? Why did my EXP just run away?" "Muad'Dib, you dog, give me back my boss. I'm so mad. I'm still far from enough EXP. Everyone chase." At this call, a dozen or so players who hadn't earned enough battle EXP and felt they had been kill-stolen immediately jumped out of the trenches in a fit of rage, guns in hand, and chased after them. Thus, on the battlefield of the Lower Hive ruins, a spectacle worthy of being recorded in Perditia's history was born. Thousands of Chaos cultists scurried away in front, fleeing desperately in disarray, while a dozen or so soldiers in Imperial Astra Militarum uniforms pursued them majestically from behind. As for the other players remaining on the position, their nominal company commander, Robert, quickly held them back. "Everyone stop!" Robert shouted, his face red, at a group of eager players. "The mission requirement is to hold the position. If all of you run off and no one guards this place, the system will declare the mission a failure. And that would be a huge mess." This cold shower instantly calmed most of the players. "Damn, I forgot about that. Shit, I almost got carried away. What about the dozen or so people who chased them out? Who cares about them? Let them attract fire, we'll guard our home. And when the system declares victory, we won't lose a single point of merit." After a highly realistic discussion, the players on the position quickly reached a consensus, re-entered defensive stances, and began to clean up the battlefield, seeing if they could pick up any relics from the center of Elias's self-detonation. On the other side of the battlefield, the fleeing cultists didn't think that much. The instinct for survival drove them to unconsciously run towards where most of their own people were, because in their simple minds, a place with many people meant safety and refuge. Thus, under the herding of a dozen players, these thousands of routed soldiers, like startled cattle with their tails on fire, charged directly towards the main attack direction of the cultist offensive, which was the flank of the main position guarded by the main force of the Imperial Astra Militarum. This then staged a blackly humorous scene, a fireball charge of the Warhammer 40k era. Thousands of mentally broken cultists formed the charging herd of cattle, while a dozen players, shouting and clamoring for EXP, were the herdsmen driving them from behind. They were like a hot, sharp knife, fiercely stabbing into the flank of the cultist army that was vigorously assaulting the main position. Don't come any closer. There are monsters behind us. Run. They killed Master Sorcerer. Panic is contagious. The cultists attacking the position had no idea what was happening. They only saw their comrades rushing at them from the rear flank, crying and shouting, breaking their formation into disarray. Immediately after, dense laser gunshots and the excited curses of players echoed from behind. Chaos, like a plague, began to spread uncontrollably. Main defensive line command post. Commissar Walter was observing the precarious defensive line through binoculars, his expression grim. Suddenly, he noticed a huge commotion erupting on the enemy's flank. He incredulously lowered his binoculars, rubbed his eyes, then sharply raised them again. In his vision, a massive torrent of routed soldiers was assailing the enemy's main force from the side, and behind that torrent, a dozen or so figures in Imperial uniforms were vaguely visible, giving chase. They occasionally fired their weapons, sometimes through grenades, pushing the chaos of thousands to a climax in an inconceivable manner. So valiant? Whose soldiers are these? Commissar Walter's voice was filled with shock. The surrounding officers exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Only an old Astra Militarum soldier narrowed his eyes, carefully identified the direction, and said in a deep voice, "Commissar, They must have come from Disposal Area 7. Only that place, connected to the old site of Effluent Pipe 114, would allow them to rush here in one go. Disposal Area 7. Commissar Walter's expression became somewhat uncertain and surprised. Were they those greenhorns? In fact, in Commissar Walter's eyes, those so-called new recruits were at best factory workers who had just picked up a lost gun, not glorious Astra Militarum soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. He had assigned that secondary position to them as a temporary measure, and was even mentally prepared for them to collapse and the position to be lost at any moment. He had never expected them to hold it. But now, not only had they held it, they had also dealt a fatal blow to the enemy from the flank in a way he completely couldn't understand. Regardless, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Walter's military acumen immediately made him cast aside distracting thoughts. He sharply lowered his binoculars, his eyes flashing with determination. "Relay my order." He turned to the comms officer, his voice loud and firm. "Rear heavy mortars. Fire 3 volleys at the enemy's rear formation." He drew the chain's word from his waist and raised it high, its blade roaring to life. "Full-line countercharge. For the Emperor." As Commissar Walter's chain's word roared, the clear bugle call of counterattack sounded from the Astra Militarum's main defensive line. For the Emperor, the long-suppressed Astra Militarum soldiers let out a thunderous battle cry. They surged out of the trenches, bayonets fixed on their lost guns, forming a torrent of steel, pressing forward against the cultists' army, which had been thrown into disarray by the flank disturbance. With the disciplined hammer of the Emperor in front, and their allies in a state of mental collapse and scattering on the flank, this dual pressure instantly crushed the cultists' already fragile organization. They lacked a sufficient number of junior officers who could stabilize morale, and what held the troops together were only the false promises of the dark gods and fear of their superior sorcerers. Commissar Walter calmly observed the battle, and after confirming that the enemy's offensive had been completely shattered and their formation scattered, he decisively issued new orders. "Cease pursuit. All units regroup, clear the battlefield, and hold the line." He was not carried away by victory. Do not pursue a desperate foe, especially in this eerie hive city. Blind pursuit was extremely dangerous. The orders were faithfully executed, and the Astra Militarum soldiers quickly stopped their pursuit and began to consolidate their forces. However, the dozen or so players, who were already bloodthirsty, were not so obedient. They were not under Commissar Walter's command. Their commander was Merit Points. Seeing a large number of mobile EXP slipping away, they were unwilling to let them go. "Don't run. Stand still, you bastards. Your heads are worth a melt-a-bomb." They chased a group of the fastest-running cultists, gleefully crossing a rusty, dilapidated metal bridge and rushing into a relatively open, abandoned industrial plaza. The moment they stepped into the center of the plaza, an anomaly occurred. A silent, sickly green wave swept out from the shadows of the plaza without warning. It was not fire nor a shock wave, but a pure, malevolent, and despair-filled psychic power. Wherever it passed, everything withered. Whether it was the dozen or so players who wanted to charge further to earn more, or the hundreds of cultists they were chasing, none of them could even let out a scream in that sickly green light. Their bodies disintegrated and vanished like sand sculptures weathered by the wind, instantly turning into ashes swirling in the air. The plaza, which had just been incredibly noisy, instantly became dead silent. In the distant shadows, more cultists were stabilized by their leaders using even more brutal methods. Anyone attempting to retreat was mercilessly cut down by their companions behind them. After a bloody internal purge, this routed force regained its footing, but the fear pervading them was even thicker than before. Commissar Walter, through his binoculars, witnessed this tragic scene in its entirety, and he felt a pang of regret for the sacrifice of those dozen or so brave individuals. They had created a battle opportunity for him in a way he couldn't understand, but ultimately, their recklessness led to their demise. However, given their position and speed at the time, even if he wanted to save them, he wouldn't have had enough time. This fleeting feeling of regret lasted only a second before it was completely suppressed by his iron will. In this brutal war, sacrifice was the norm. He had witnessed too much death. If he grieved for every fallen soldier, he would get nothing done. The dead were gone, and the living still needed to fight. He was now more curious about those greenhorns, those soldiers who had created a miracle, and what kind of beings they truly were. Walter lowered his binoculars, turned around, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice. "Have Robert from Position 7 come see me." He had just spoken when he immediately changed his mind. "No," he said in a deep voice. "I'll go to his position myself." When Commissar Walter entered Disposal Area 7 with 2 of his personal guards, he habitually frowned. The defensive line before him, in the eyes of a professional soldier like him, was almost full of holes. The cover was constructed haphazardly, the fire points were chaotically arranged, and there were even several fortifications that had clearly just been overturned by explosions, piled up crookedly and left unrepaired. The entire position was permeated with a mixture of gunpowder smoke, blood, and a strange sense of excitement. He didn't say much. After all, these were just new recruits, and it was precisely this seemingly messy position that had just staged an unbelievable surprise attack. "Robert!" Walter's voice was not loud, but clearly echoed across the entire position. Robert, who was directing the players to clear the battlefield, jolted and quickly scurried over, standing at attention and giving the Aquila salute. Reporting, "Commissar, I'm here." Walter nodded and said in a businesslike tone, "Your performance today was excellent. The enemy's offensive has been temporarily repelled, and today's fighting is largely over. Reinforce the defensive line, treat the wounded, and prepare for tomorrow's battle." The moment Walter's words fell, a blue light screen, visible only to Robert, popped up before his eyes. "Main quest. Hold the line has been completed. Quest evaluation. Excellent. Quest reward. Merit points plus 1,500. A series of crisp system notifications sounded in his mind. Seeing the generous merit points credited, Robert was momentarily stunned. Then a huge joy surged into his heart. He suddenly turned around, faced the group of players who were still slacking off and scavenging, and with all his might, raised his arms and cheered. "Brothers, we succeeded. Mission accomplished." As if a signal, all players' personal terminals on the defensive line also received the mission completion notification at the same time. After a brief silence, the entire defensive line erupted in thunderous cheers. "Whoa! Woo! Merit points received. We're rich. We're rich." The defensive line, which had just been filled with the tense atmosphere of battle, instantly transformed into a lively marketplace. Players gathered in 2s and 3s, excitedly opening their system store interfaces. "Quick, see what I can buy. Damn it, I'm still a little short for a power sword. Who has a lot of merit points? Buy a deck of cards first. We'll start a game later. Screw you. If you want to play cards, why don't you spend your merit points to buy them? Has anyone teamed up to finish off those severely wounded guys? They've been shouting for a long time. It's quite pathetic." Watching the chaotic and joyful scene before him, Commissar Walter's recently relaxed brow furrowed tightly again. This was simply disorganization, lack of discipline. Did they not know the war was not over? Had they not seen how those dozen or so comrades had just turned to ashes? This frivolous attitude was nothing like an army that had experienced a bloody battle. Instead, it was like a group of drunks who had just stumbled out of tavern. However, just as he was about to reprimand them, he forcibly held back. He tried to convince himself that perhaps he hadn't seen the full picture of this unit, or perhaps for this special company, it was precisely this almost blind optimism that allowed them to create such a miracle on the desperate battlefield. Walter's gaze swept over the joyful young faces. He suddenly realized that ever since this planet had fallen into war, ever since chaos, corruption, Genestealers outbreaks, orc infestations, and Dark Eldar raids had followed one after another, he hadn't seen a smile on any Astral Militarum soldier's face for a very, very long time. There was only numbness, exhaustion, fear, and forcibly suppressed despair. But these people before him, they were laughing, making noise as if death was just an inconsequential game. Those Odysseates are the bravest soldiers I met. Commissar Walter meticulously toured the entire Outpost 7, from the temporary frontline bunkers to the rear support areas. His brow remained furrowed. Everything here was far from his impression of an elite force. The fortifications were temporary, the firing points were haphazard, and the soldiers were undisciplined. He even saw several soldiers gathered together, happily gambling with empty shell casings as chips. Others loudly boasted about how they had just blown up 7 or 8 enemies with a single grenade, their words devoid of any reverence for war. Aside from their high spirits, which could even be described as overly optimistic, there was nothing commendable about this company. Absolutely nothing. Commissar Walter was puzzled and perplexed. He completely failed to understand how this company, which apart from its morale had tactical skills and military discipline comparable to lower hive armed workers, could have achieved such a great victory against those fearless cultists in a head-on positional battle. Listening to the soldiers' chatter, they seemed to have even killed the chaos sorcerer who commanded the several thousand cultists. This was even more incredible. A psyker of that level would require a heavy price to take down, even if he personally led the charge. There must have been heavy casualties in this positional battle, right? He asked Robert, who had been following him with a hint of doubt. This question truly stumped Robert. Were the casualties heavy? Yes, impossibly heavy. Aside from him, the company commander, who had barely participated in the fighting because he was hiding in the back, every single player under him had died multiple times. The casualty rate was probably 1,000%. But could he say that? Tell an NPC commissar that their company, with a total strength of less than 100, had suffered several hundred casualties in one battle? Commissar Walter wasn't an idiot, so Robert could only equivocate, saying, "Yes, Commissar. Many comrades have gloriously sacrificed themselves." Fortunately, Commissar Walter had only asked casually and had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He was more concerned with practical issues. What about your equipment losses? Are they significant? At this, Robert's eyes immediately lit up. This was right up his alley. He quickly adopted a heartbroken expression and said, "Yes, Commissar. The losses are enormous. Our weapons and equipment were completely expended in the recent battle. We urgently need replenishment. We need at least 200 lost guns, 200 flak armor suits, 600 frag grenades, and—" Stop. Walter quickly raised his hand to stop him, amused by his exorbitant demands. "Are you making a wish to the Emperor? It's not even Sanguinalia yet. Not a single lost gun or flak armor suit. At most, I can spare you some grenade from other units' allocations, about 200 of them. That little." Robert's face immediately fell, disappointment written all over it. Walter chuckled dryly, then pulled out a folded, somewhat worn paper map from one of his greatcoat pockets and unfolded it before him. "Can you understand what this is?" Robert leaned closer to take a look. In his vision, the system panel's automatic annotation feature immediately translated the Gothic script and markings on the map into text he could understand. This was a detailed map depicting the lower industrial zone of this hive city. "I can generally understand it." "Come," Walter said. "Can you point out where we are now?" Robert carefully identified it and quickly found the marker for scrap disposal zone 7 among the intricate pipelines and building complexes. He pointed with his finger. "Here." "Not bad, you found it quickly." Walter praised him, then used his weathered finger to draw a pitifully small circle on the map, centered on their current location. "This is the area we currently control." Robert looked at the circle. If the entire map were a basketball court, the circle Walter had just drawn was barely the size of a manhole cover, occupying less than 1,000th of the entire map, even if you were generous. He swallowed, then tentatively asked, "We've been separated from the main force?" Walter put away the map, expressionlessly patted Robert's shoulder, and uttered a sentence that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Soldier, we're the main force." Seeing Robert frozen in place, Walter put the map back into his pocket, his tone becoming heavy. Now do you understand why I can only give you 200 frag grenades, and why I initially told you to scavenge guns from corpses? The foundries that produce military goods were captured long ago. All we have left are nooks and crannies that other factions see as worthless, yet are easy to defend and hard to attack. This is also why only cultists are attacking us currently. Killing the Emperor's faithful holds symbolic meaning in their eyes. He paused, glancing at the distant players who were still being noisy. Otherwise, if even a small squad of normal Genestealers came, we might be finished. Ultimately, our current stand is just a slow death. Walter's gaze drifted towards the eternally sunless dome of the upper hive city, his voice tinged with weariness. There will be no supplies and no reinforcements. Consumables like shells and grenades diminish with every use. All we can do is exert all our strength to inflict greater casualties on the Emperor's enemies before we are overwhelmed. Walter continued, and that previous charge, while seemingly a great victory, in reality, we did not inflict significant damage on the cultists' effective strength. Those heretics have no shortage of cannon fodder. We will ultimately be worn down by them. These words silenced Robert. He realized that the victory he and the players saw was, in the Commissar's eyes, merely a delay of their defeat. Robert was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Commissar, could I see that map again?" Walter promptly took it out and handed it to Robert. "It's yours." Robert spread the map on the ground, examined it carefully, then pointed to a place marked as Chemical Refinery number 9 on the map, saying, "This place isn't far from us, is it? Even if we take it, we wouldn't be isolated and without support geographically." Walter looked at the place he pointed to with surprise. "You want to attack that? The cultists must have heavily fortified it, and I can't commit the entire army. Otherwise, even if we take that one factory, we wouldn't be able to hold it. The existing outposts must be maintained. At most, I can only send one company. That would simply be a waste of manpower." Robert looked up at the Commissar and said, "But not trying is just a slow death, isn't it?" The moment Robert spoke, Commissar Walter's weathered eyes sharpened like an eagle's. He gave the other man a deep look, and the air seemed to solidify for a moment. Finally, he slowly nodded. "If you're truly determined to fight, then I will not stop you. After all, you just created a miracle." Walter's voice remained low, but there seemed to be a subtle hint of expectation within it. He continued, "According to the rules of the Perditia Astra Militarum, every company has a formal name. Have you thought of yours?" As soon as Walter finished speaking, a clear system prompt box popped up on Robert's retina. Promotion: Temporary Company Commander of the 13th Company, Permanent Company Commander of the 13th Company. Seeing this prompt, Robert was first happy, but this joy was fleeting, and he quickly calmed down. From temporary to formal sounded like a great thing, but on this Perditia, forgotten by the Empire, there was no difference between the two. He knew very well that Commissar Walter was now the highest military officer in this control area. If he could promote him to company commander with a single word, he could naturally demote him to a common soldier with a single word. Perditia could not contact the distant Astra Militarum of the Empire. With the war in such a mess, promotions or demotions in rank were all decided by Commissar Walter alone. Understanding this, he shifted his gaze from the illusory title and refocused on reality. As for the company name Walter mentioned, Robert did not immediately give an answer, but cautiously said, "Commissar, regarding this, I still need to discuss it with my brothers in arms." He dared not run a one-man show in such a critical matter. Commissar Walter's appointment only gave him a name, but what truly supported his position as company commander was, in the end, the nearly 100 unruly players below him. If the name they chose displeased them, at best, it would affect morale, leading to superficial obedience in battle. At worst, if someone was unhappy with him, they might secretly give him a friendly fire shot on the battlefield, and he would have nowhere to cry. After all, there was no way to turn off friendly fire in this game. When he revived, no one would help Robert keep his EXP and position. Robert, holding this hot potato of an appointment, returned to the temporary resting place of the players. He cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. Guys, the Commissar has new orders. He paused, then continued. The Commissar has officially recognized our company's establishment, and according to the tradition of the Perditia Astra Militarum, we need to choose a name for our company. This news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Holy cow! Naming? Like creating a guild. Awesome. This really gives a sense of immersion. A small number of relatively mature players immediately expressed concern. Don't make the name too Chinibu. Calling ourselves something like Dragon Overlord or God Slayers will be embarrassing to shout out. Hey, preferred a plain designation, such as 13th Attack Company or Hammer Company, a simple and unadorned style. However, their faint voices were quickly drowned out by the majority of ecstatic players. These guys, who feared no chaos, became thoroughly excited and began their brainstorming. For a time, all sorts of bizarre designations were proposed. Some were meme-based. How about Chaos Slayer Company? Why not Loyal Bellyevers? Inglorious Bastards. I propose Stardust Crusaders. Some had unclear meanings. Operation. Get paid. Slackers Company. Leeroi Janky-Thians. And some were purely disruptive. Requisition for Donuts Company. Amidst the chaotic discussion, some players still proposed serious designations. I think we could be called the Immortals, one player said seriously. This name best fits our identity. We are unkillable. We respawn after death. This suggestion was approved by some, but others felt it wasn't cool enough. The Immortals is too blunt. It lacks gravitas, another player retorted. And it sounds like undead. I propose the Helldivers. When this word came out, the noisy discussions quieted down a little. It didn't directly flaunt their cheat-like abilities like the Immortals, but instead carried a tragic and resolute sense of knowing the danger, yet charging forward. Every charge, every death, was a journey actively rushing towards death. This name, both dark and cool, perfectly hit the aesthetic of most players. Finally, under Robert's guidance, a small-scale democratic vote began. After intense lobbying and debate, the Helldivers won against the Immortals by a narrow margin, becoming their final choice. Robert informed Commissar Walter of the result. The latter's eyes flickered slightly when he heard the name, but he made no comment, only nodding. In that case, rest well today. I've already had them send over the grenades in stock. Prepare for tomorrow's operation. As his voice fell, new system prompts simultaneously appeared on all players' retinas. System prompt. Your affiliated company has been officially renamed 13th Company, the Helldivers. System prompt. You have received a new mission. Assault. Chemical Refinery. Mission objective. Capture Chemical Refinery number 9. In the position, the players looked at the new mission, and instead of the tension before a major battle, there were wails everywhere. Ugh. Why do we only start fighting tomorrow? My greatsword is already thirsty. Can we start today? Starting today isn't so good either. My stats are dropping badly. Is there a buddy who can stab me, so I can revive at full health? You should have said so earlier. I'm on it. A player enthusiastically raised his entrenching tool. Hey, damn it. Wait for me to take off this bulletproof vest before you do anything. So what do we do next? Just wait all night. A player sat bored on an ammo box. Just then, a player's gaze was drawn to the person next to him. The person was sitting upright, hands moving rapidly in the air, seemingly manipulating a game panel to write something. He curiously leaned over and asked, "What are you doing, buddy?" The other person replied without looking up, "Doesn't this game have triple thought acceleration? Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, and I'm a designer in real life, so I'm just rushing out the client's commission. After I finish it, I'll post on the game forum, set it to private, and then copy and paste it to Handin after I log off." At this, the surrounding players who heard him were stunned. Do you have to work even in the game? You. Genius. Wait. GUYZ, he's drawing hentai. At dawn the next day, as the first rays of dim sunlight pierced the Perditia's polluted atmosphere, a dull engine roar, growing from distant to near, broke the tranquility of the position. A Chimera APC, painted in Cadian gray camouflage, stopped in front of the position. The rear ramp slammed down with a clang, and a quartermaster poked his head out. 13th Company. Some people come and move things. Hearing the call, several idle players immediately gathered, frantically moving wooden crates out. One of the players pried open a crate, expecting to see neatly stacked stick grenades, but found several grenade launchers with a metallic sheen inside. He curiously picked one up and asked, "Huh? Sir, why aren't there grenades in this box? Didn't you say only grenades would be sent?" The quartermaster, with a hint of fatigue on his face, still smiled and explained, "Originally, there were only grenades. These were voluntarily given to you by our brother units on other defense lines after they heard about your combat plan. They said that since these are all offensive grenades and wouldn't cause much effective damage on the defensive line, it's better to give them to you brave warriors who are going to charge into battle to create greater value." The inquiring player nodded solemnly upon hearing this. "Then please thank our brother units for us." Of course, the quartermaster responded, his expression becoming a bit more serious. "Also, the commissar asked me to inform you that, according to reports from the frontline observation posts, the heretics will soon attempt to attack our main defensive line again. That will be your best opportunity to attack the chemical refinery. We will do our utmost to tie down their main forces, preventing them from quickly reinforcing." "That's good," the players carrying the ammo boxes said cheerfully. "Just you wait. Without reinforcements, we'll 100% kick those cultists at the chemical refinery to death like roadside dogs." The quartermaster was clearly infected by the players' almost blind optimism, and he, too, showed a heartfelt smile. "For the Emperor, I wish you a triumphant return." After the quartermaster and the players waved goodbye to each other, the Chimera kicked up a cloud of dust and returned to the main position. The company quickly finished distributing supplies under Robert's direction. There was nothing special about the grenades. Everyone got an equal share. But Robert hadn't quite figured out how to distribute the extra grenade launchers. For fairness, he simply had the squad leaders of each squad draw lots to decide ownership. As a result, 7th Squad, responsible for close combat and countercharges, was lucky enough to draw this batch of heavy firepower. After hanging 2 free grenades on his webbing, a player from 7th Squad looked at himself and his companions and couldn't help but complain, "Speaking of which, isn't our equipment even worse than an army from World War I?" His words immediately resonated. "Damn, now that you mention it, it really is." The only heavy weapons in the entire company are these 3 newly issued grenade launchers. "That's hard to say," another history enthusiast interjected. "It depends on which World War I country you're comparing to. If we're comparing to Tsarist Russia, at least we all have a Lasgun now. We don't have to wait for the person in front to die before picking one up." Hard to say. That's how the Imperium of Man is, a veteran Warhammer fan sighed. You have to wait until Gilliman returns for the firepower configuration of most of the Astra Militarum to barely reach the level of a World War II army. Before that, the heavy firepower of the Astra Militarum has a huge range between its upper and lower limits. The humorous empire. Equipment distributed, ammunition strapped to waists. Under Robert's organization, nearly 100 players formed 2 loose columns and began marching towards the chemical refinery. That place was still a considerable distance from their current position, so early movement was necessary. The march was tedious and oppressive. Although Robert and the squad leaders managed to ensure basic formation and organization among the players, the extremely harsh environment of the lower hive quickly made everyone irritable. Underfoot was eternally sticky and damp ground. The air was filled with the pungent stench of rotting organic matter mixed with chemical waste. And as far as the eye could see, there were only rusty giant pipes and grime-covered rock walls. This journey was pure sensory torture. Holy crap, what a stench. This smell is too strong. I said this game wouldn't let us have pure fun. See, the torment is here. Damn it, how much longer do we have to walk on this broken road? My soles are almost sticking off from this gooey ground. Amidst a cacophony of complaints, a player suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs, "Where's our unique military band for a World War I army?" How come we don't even have a BGM for our march? As soon as he spoke, it was like throwing a thunderbolt into still water, immediately eliciting agreement from countless players. Exactly. Where's our Helldivers company's military band? We players have dignity. Okay. The game dev should be smart and give us a BGM right away. Just as everyone was making a racket, a player suddenly volunteered. I can sing, brothers. I'll provide the BGM for you. Good. Let's hear it. Hurry up. Sing a military song, okay? If you dare sing any brain-rot music, I'm going to kill you. The player stepped forward amidst expectant gazes. He cleared his throat, clapped his thigh twice for rhythm, and then sang a melody incredibly familiar to the players in a loud voice. You shouted out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. As the song began, everyone was momentarily stunned. This song, damn, now it really feels like university all over. But it had to be said, this guy sang really well. He had clearly practiced outside the game. His deep and resonant voice was full of power, echoing through the narrow passages of steel and rock, instantly overpowering all other ambient noise. This highly infectious singing quickly drew in other players, and many subconsciously joined in. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Fire away. Gradually, a solo became a duet of a dozen people. And finally, nearly 100 people from the entire company joined this grand marching chorus. The majestic singing resonated throughout this dirty, decaying underground world, significantly diluting the nauseating stench and oppressive atmosphere. I am titanium. One song finished, its echoes lingered. Before anyone could suggest another, a player shouted, "This song isn't good." After singing it, I feel like we should turn around and fight the Imperium of Man. Puff, ha. His single sentence instantly triggered everyone's laughter. The players couldn't help but burst into laughter, their deafening mirth not much quieter than the singing just now, carrying far away through the dark underground passages. The laughter gradually subsided, and the team continued to advance through the dim underground passage. As they drew closer to the target marked on the map, the surrounding environment became increasingly industrialized. Huge, rusty pipes coiled like giant pythons around the rock walls, and the pungent smell of chemical reagents in the air grew stronger. Robert checked the simple map he had obtained from the commissar, confirming that they had reached the outer area of the chemical refinery. Any loud movement further ahead could be heard by the factory sentries. He immediately raised his right hand, making a fist to signal, and the entire marching column silently came to a halt. One player was about to loudly ask, "Company Commander, what do we?" He had barely started when he met Robert's sharp gaze. Robert didn't speak, but merely placed his index finger to his lips, making a hush gesture. The player immediately understood and swallowed the rest of his sentence. This silent command quickly spread like ripples on water. The other players soon understood Robert's meaning, and the remaining chatter instantly vanished. The entire company of nearly 100 men transformed into a group of silent hunters lurking in the shadows. Commissar Walter's impression that this was a company composed of lower hive workers who had just picked up guns was actually incorrect. Earth players, having received ample education, possessed a much higher average cultural literacy and breadth of knowledge than lower hive workers who had never seen the sky in their entire lives. In this regard, perhaps only upper hive nobles who received elite education from a young age could compare. Compared to lower hive workers who knew nothing and fought purely by instinct and brute force, players possessed stronger logical and executive abilities. They could understand the importance of battlefield reconnaissance and maintaining silence, and clearly knew that adhering to discipline could ensure their lives were safer. For players, this meant effectively reducing equipment wear and tear. Most importantly, they were not like those civilians who were temporarily conscripted, constantly thinking about how to escape or scrounge for food. They did not fear war. In fact, it could be said they craved it. Muad'Dib silently moved to the front of the team, lowering his voice to ask Robert, Company commander, what should we do next? Should we just wait for the main battlefield over there to ignite? Robert carefully re-examined the map and shook his head. He clearly remembered the lesson from the last trench warfare. No, we know nothing about the internal terrain of the chemical refinery. A reckless attack is no different from offering up EXP. We must send scouts first. He said to Muad'Dib, go ask around the squads if anyone is willing to be a scout. You don't need to go too deep. Just figure out the enemy's general troop distribution and firepower positions. Also, ask if anyone could draw. I'm afraid you won't be able to describe it clearly enough when you return just by talking. It would be good if you could draw some simple sketches on the ground. Muad'Dib's execution was very efficient, and the players were enthusiastic about this exciting reconnaissance mission. He didn't have to say much and quickly found 10 eager players from various squads. He divided these 10 people into 5 groups, 2 people per group. Brothers, listen up. Muad'Dib lowered his voice, quickly giving instructions, 2 people per group, free movement. The goal is to scout the factory's outer defenses, especially firepower points and troop numbers. In half an hour, no matter how much you found, gather back here. Safety first, don't die needlessly. If you die here, no one can save you if you respawn on the spot. He specifically patted the shoulder of the player who claimed he could draw. Buddy, stick close to your partner in that group. Observe and remember a lot. We're counting on you when you get back. Don't worry, man. I've studied drawing for 3 years. Drawing a map sketch is child's play. The player confidently gave an okay gesture. At Muad'Dib's command, the 5 two-person teams immediately dispersed like phantoms. They crouched low, using the shadows of pipes and rocks, silently infiltrating the chemical refinery from different directions. This dispersed movement made them smaller targets and less likely to be wiped out by the enemy. One of the groups moved exceptionally smoothly. They encountered almost no obstacles, crawling forward all the way, and soon arrived less than 50 meters from the chemical refinery's huge, rusty iron gate. They hid behind a pile of abandoned metal containers, from where they could even clearly hear the humming machinery from inside the factory, interspersed with fervent, unintelligible prayers. One player peered through a gap in the container, looking left and right towards the gate, and whispered to his companion, I only see one visible sentry, leaning against the door. From away he's nodding. He seems to be dozing off. Where did they put the hidden sentries? Another player, whose ID was name, haven't decided yet, shook his head and also quietly replied, I couldn't find anywhere a hidden sentry could be either. The only high ground around are those ventilation pipe openings, but they're bare and can't hide anyone. Sigh, it would be great if we could enable game mode Spectre. You're fantasizing again, his partner grumbled impatiently. What's wrong with a man fantasizing? Name retorted righteously, then changed the subject. All right, let's check another spot. But I think these crazy cultists probably didn't even place any hidden sentries. His partner was stunned for a moment, then also reacted, you know what, that's actually possible. They might think no one dares to provoke them, or all their attention is drawn to the frontline battle. Name replied, but it's best to be thorough and look carefully again. This group did not give up. They spent another 10 minutes like 2 patient geckos, clinging to shadows and pipes, circling the entire perimeter of the chemical refinery several times. They saw more entrances. Some were huge cargo gates. Others were maintenance passages only wide enough for one person. But without exception, the defenses at all entrances were virtually non-existent. Besides a few drowsy visible sentries, they didn't even find a single patrol or anyone coming to relieve the guard. This was truly bizarre. This isn't right, Name's partner whispered. He lied on an elevated pipe, overlooking a half-open side door below. There isn't even anyone to relieve the guard. Are those sentries supposed to stand watch all day? Unless they're chaos demons who don't need rest. Ney made a grim joke, but couldn't even laugh himself. He glanced at his non-existent wristwatch, estimating the time. Assembly time is almost here. There's no point in looking further. Let's go back and see what the other groups found. I doubt it. His partner shook his head. These cultists are either extremely arrogant, or there's some trap inside that we can't even imagine. The two carefully returned the way they came. As they approached their agreed-upon rendezvous point, they were surprised to find voices there, and not just one or two. They quickened their pace, crouching through the last rock crevice, and the sight before them made them freeze. Muad'Dib and the 8 players from the other 4 groups had already arrived at the meeting point, gathered together, discussing something in low voices. It seemed they were just waiting for them. "You guys finally made it back." Muad'Dib saw them and waved. "What's the situation?" Name's partner hadn't even had a chance to speak when a player from another group interjected. "Don't ask, man. I bet what they saw is exactly the same as us. This place is like an undefended public restroom. Come and go as you please." Name and his partner exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We circled the factory several times," Name added. "Except for a few dozing visible sentries, there was nothing. No patrols, no changing of the guard, nothing. I just don't understand," the player who could draw said, sketching a simple layout of the factory on the ground with a stone. "We have respawns, a high fall tolerance. The worst that happens if we die is losing some equipment durability, and we still know to approach cautiously." He looked up, scanning the group. "What about them? These cultists only have one life. If they die, they're truly gone. How can they be so lax?" "Exactly," another player immediately echoed. "This defense is like a tutorial level in a beginner's game, as if they're afraid we won't get in." What are they thinking? Ultimately, it was the players' preconceived notions from various war-themed games and the high fidelity of this game that influenced them. The strict defenses of enemies in other games, where the death of one person immediately put all enemies on the map on alert, and the intelligent performance of Astra Militarum NPCs in this game, led them to treat the enemy as high IQ combatants. If a general played an empty fort strategy, it would be problematic if the players didn't become suspicious. But in reality, their enemies were just the lower hive workers who had just picked up weapons, as Commissar Walter described. If it weren't for the overseers in the chemical refinery with their whips, the lower hive workers might even urinate into molten metal. Expecting them to take defensive measures seriously was truly wishful thinking. Muad'Dib led the scout team back to the main force's hiding spot without a sound. The player who could draw immediately spread out a sketch, drawn with a charcoal stick on the back of a cardboard, and told Robert everything they had learned. When all the intelligence from the scout teams was compiled, an absurd yet consistent conclusion was presented to the commander. The massive chemical refinery's outer defenses were incredibly lax, almost as if it were undefended. Robert's brows furrowed tightly. He also felt there must be something fishy going on. Such abnormal phenomena often hid the most deadly traps. But now was not the time for doubt and hesitation. In the distance, the main battle had already begun. The muffled roar of gunshots and cannons came in waves like dull thunder, each tremor urging and reminding them that time was running out. He took a deep breath, his voice low but exceptionally firm. No matter what tricks they're playing, the arrow is already on the string, and it must be loosed. Everyone prepare. Act immediately. The situation and orders quickly reached every player's ears. The previously somewhat noisy group of players instantly fell silent, an invisible pressure weighing on everyone's hearts. After all, this eerie laxity, to most people, indeed felt very much like an empty fort strategy. But retreating was certainly not an option. Their war plan was to attack this chemical refinery. They couldn't possibly turn back because of a ridiculous reason like the enemy didn't post sentries, could they? The Helldivers Company still had to proceed with their original plan, without change. Otherwise, if the cultists threw a pile of gold on the ground, would they have to stop and pick up the gold first? The mission objective was always the priority. The players, in this somber atmosphere, began to approach the chemical refinery. This somberness was not without its benefits. At least, Robert had never seen these fearless players so quiet since he started playing this game. Hundreds of people, like ghosts blending into the night, moved with light and coordinated steps, easily reaching the vicinity of the chemical refinery without being detected. The team stopped outside the rusty main gate. Everyone saw the cultist sentry leaning against the door, his head nodding, clearly dozing off, just as the first scout team had described. Robert said nothing. He simply turned his head, looked at Muad'Dib beside him, and gave him a look. The latter immediately understood. Muad'Dib merely drew a gleaming combat knife from his leg. His body was pressed extremely low, his steps making no sound, like a predatory black panther, silently gliding out of the shadows. The moment the cultist leaned forward from dozing, Muad'Dib had already closed in behind him. One hand flashed out to cover the opponent's mouth, while the knife in his other hand, at a tricky and precise angle, plunged fiercely into the side of his neck and twisted with force. Without even a muffled groan, the cultist's body twitched once and then completely went limp. Muad'Dib supported him, gently dragging him into the deeper shadows. The entire process was clean and swift, alerting no one. After dealing with the sentry at the gate, Muad'Dib gave a safe signal to the rear. Robert immediately gave the order, and the team began to advance with extreme caution. The entire process was simple and effective. 1 to 2 agile players, vanguards like Muad'Dib, walked at the very front, responsible for scouting and assassination. The main force maintained a distance of several tens of meters behind them, ready to react immediately if an alarm was raised ahead. However, the anticipated alarm never sounded. They were surprised to find that not only at the entrance, but also inside the factory, the defenses were incredibly lax. In the huge workshops, crisscrossing pipelines, and dark corridors, only at some key junctions or next to passages would there be 1 or 2 cultists acting as sentries. And these sentries' vigilance was almost zero. Some leaned against walls, spacing out, while others simply sat on the ground, muttering to themselves, indifferent to their surroundings. Thus, the Helldivers Company, as if walking through an uninhabited land, smoothly and step by step infiltrated deep into the chemical refinery. In the silent team, one player finally couldn't hold back. He muttered in a voice barely audible to himself. So, after all this, these cultists are just plain stupid? Although the other players did not reply, maintaining radio silence and operational discipline, it was clear from their exchanged glances that everyone wholeheartedly agreed with that statement. Soon, the Helldivers Company arrived at the central area of the chemical refinery. This seemed to be a huge reaction workshop, and they were separated from the inside of the workshop only by a heavy double iron door. Dim red light seeped through the crack in the door, and waves of fervent, synchronized chanting came from within, assaulting everyone's eardrums like a tide. Muad'Dib pressed against the door, listened for a moment, and then said to Robert with some confusion, "They all seem to be gathered in here. What are they doing? It looks like some kind of ritual." "I don't know what they're doing." Robert's gaze was sharp as he looked through the door crack at the shadowy figures inside. "But I do know this is a perfect opportunity to interrupt them." He immediately called for the 7th Company's commander and had the 3 players assigned grenade launchers step forward. "Prepare," Robert ordered in a low voice. The 3 grenadiers immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and steadily rested their grenade launchers on their shoulders, the dark muzzles aimed at the iron door. With a nod from Robert, the 3 ready players suddenly stood up and, with a combined effort of shoulders and combat boots, kicked the iron door. Bang! The iron door was forced open by the immense power. One of the players yelled at the top of his lungs, "Heretics, I would ask you to say your prayers, but you bastards don't believe in the Emperor." Before his words faded, 3 grenades, with a whistling sound, arced in perfect parabolas and landed precisely among the densest crowd in the center of the workshop. Boom! 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 Violent explosions occurred almost simultaneously. The cultists, who were immersed in their fervent ritual and clustered together, were instantly plunged into devastating chaos by this sudden assault. Charge! The rest of the players surged into the workshop like a floodgate opening. When they saw the scene before them, the cultists packed together like sardines. Everyone's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they pulled grenades from their waists, removed the pins, and hurled them with all their might. This was a great opportunity to earn EXP. The cultists, who had never expected humans to counterattack, were completely stunned by the continuous explosions. From their perspective, Many didn't even hear the deafening shout at the door and had no idea the enemy had arrived. They only knew that explosions were constantly happening around them. Fire and shock waves consumed everything, and their comrades' bodies were torn to shreds, blood and flesh flying. The instinct for survival overwhelmed fervent faith. Realizing that this was an extremely dangerous area, the cultists immediately fell into disarray, wanting to go to a safe place. Some panicked and tried to flee, rushing indiscriminately towards various exits of the workshop, while others, more pious or foolish, instinctively gravitated towards the shaman standing on a high platform, seemingly presiding over the ritual, as if they were the only safe haven. Amidst the explosions and flying gore, the sorcerer on the high platform finally awoke from his ritualistic frenzy. He looked at the chaotic mass of followers below, scurrying like headless chickens, and a flicker of rage crossed his eyes. He raised a staff twisted from bone and metal, and in a voice imbued with psychic power, he roared, attempting to restore order. "Stop, cowards! Those who flee will be deemed to have forsaken the dark gods, and your souls will suffer eternal torment in the warp." His voice drowned out some of the lingering explosions, and some of the fleeing cultists abruptly halted. "Fight for the glory of the gods." The sorcerer's voice was full of temptation. "Those who fight will be watched over by the dark gods. Your bravery will earn you eternal blessings." His efforts did indeed have an effect. Long-term brainwashing and chaos corruption had already warped the minds of these people. The human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm was disappearing from their brains. Driven by the fear of eternal torment and the greed for blessings, they truly stopped, their crimson eyes turning towards the players at the entrance, and began to attempt to organize a charge. If this sorcerer had been given enough time, he might truly have been able to stabilize these tens of thousands of chaotic cultists. In that case, the players would have lost half the battle. There were tens of thousands of cultists here by a rough count, and if they were truly organized to charge the players, although the players were not afraid of death and could not die, the capture of the chemical refinery would definitely be dragged into a quagmire. Tens of thousands of people, even if they stood still and let the players kill them, it would still take quite a while. The most important thing in this battle was to achieve a quick victory. No one knew when the cultists from the main battlefield would return to reinforce, nor did anyone know how long Commissar Walter's promised delay could last. If the enemy's main force returned before they could take and consolidate the defenses here, then this mission would already have failed. But fortunately, the sorcerer's attempt was decisively shattered. 7th Squad charged. Robert saw signs of the cultists beginning to organize and immediately gave the order, "But don't stop throwing grenades." Kane, the Ogren, who had been stifled by the stealthy creeping all the way, immediately let out a furious roar filled with excitement and anger. A whoop! His voice was like a clap of thunder, so loud that it momentarily drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. Several players next to him showed painful expressions, and one of them couldn't help but curse. "Holy crap, I feel like my eardrums burst." Led by Kane, the 7th Squad charged fiercely into the cultists' lines like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The peripheral cultists, who had just been incited by the sorcerer and hadn't yet formed an effective formation, were directly scared senseless by the terrifying momentum of this humanoid beast. Literally scared senseless. They stood dazed, watching grenades explode at their feet, watching bayonets and scorching laser beams strike them. The sorcerer's organization undoubtedly failed. Lacking quality education and the discipline of junior officers, the cultists' fragile morale easily collapsed again. As the 7th Squad pierced through, the entire cultist group completely disintegrated, and the sorcerer on the high platform soon disappeared amidst the chaotic scene. Perhaps he used some psychic power to quietly leave, or perhaps his own psychic power was weak, and he died directly under a stray bullet or grenade from an unknown source. The battle quickly transitioned into a pursuit phase. The players began to hunt down the fleeing cultists. Of course, they weren't necessarily trying to kill them all. With just 100 people, it would be extremely difficult to catch tens of thousands of pigs scurrying everywhere, let alone humans with 2 legs who could hide. The player's mission only required them to thoroughly drive them out of the chemical refinery. A squad of a dozen cultists fled in a panic through the complex pipes and corridors, while behind them, several players calmly and leisurely followed. They had already seen the map and knew that the path ahead was a dead end. Just keep running. One of the players let out a sinister laugh, deliberately letting the cultists ahead hear him. Let's see where you can run to. His companions beside him also burst into hearty laughter. Looking at the terrified and utterly frightened expressions of the cultists ahead, and then at the players behind, approaching with evil smiles like cats toying with mice for a moment, it was truly hard to tell who the villains were. However, the cat-and-mouse smiles on the players' faces abruptly ceased the next moment, freezing in place. Their gazes passed over the trembling cultists and, by unspoken agreement, focused on the ceiling above them. In the darkness shrouded by pipes and shadows, a clear, white outline, a warning that only appeared on enemies, was silently lurking. The shape of that outline was extremely peculiar. It resembled a giant, curled-up insect, with a smooth and elongated head, for strong arms tucked along its sides, each arm ending in what appeared to be blade-like claws. Its entire body was covered in some kind of carapace, perfectly blending into the darkness. Had it not been for the game system's enemy identification function, it would have been impossible to detect its presence with the naked eye. The pursuing players exchanged glances, their eyes filled with solemnity and a hint of imperceptible excitement. Clearly, everyone had seen that thing. A hidden plot? Or was this the true sir of the chemical refinery? They did not immediately shout warnings, but instead displayed astonishing tacit agreement. The few of them maintained their unhurried posture, cleanly executing the cultists who had fallen into despair and were repeatedly kowtowing for mercy, with bayonets and laser guns. Then, at the same moment the last cultist was killed, the small squad instantly turned their weapons and unleashed all their firepower, without warning, onto the unknown creature on the ceiling. 2 fragmentation grenades arced briefly, thrown precisely below the outline. Immediately after, 7 or 8 crimson laser beams, guided as if by invisible fingers, converged on the same point within a fraction of a second. Theoretically, an armored vehicle caught unprepared by such a dense concentration of fire would absolutely suffer heavy damage. But unfortunately, that was only theoretical. Just a split second before the grenades were about to explode and the lasers were about to hit, the outline merely flashed past. Its speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch, like a purplish-black lightning bolt, easily evading all of the players' premeditated attacks. The exploding grenades and missed laser beams created a shower of sparks and debris on the ceiling. Before the players could react from the shock of their attack missing, the dark figure had already plunged into their midst. Everything happened in an instant. The impossibly sharp claw blades cut through bulletproof armor like a hot knife through butter. The players couldn't even let out a scream, their bodies all sliced into several pieces in a single moment. Scorching blood and internal organs splattered across the entire corridor, dyeing the cold metal floor a shocking crimson. Liam, the Genestealer, after elegantly and efficiently killing this squad of players, immediately left the scene. It was not here to fight the Imperial Army. It had a more important mission. Even so, it felt a hint of confusion. Its stealth technique, which merged with the darkness, was something many psychics might not even be able to perceive. How had these mortals discovered it? Never mind. The hive mind will redeem everyone equally, it muttered in its non-human mind, its figure flickering several times before disappearing into the deep shadows of the factory. It completely failed to notice that, after it left, the dismembered, utterly dead bodies on the ground blurred faintly, then restored themselves to their original state. The resurrected players stood still, staring blankly at the place where the carnage had just occurred, their faces full of shock. One of the players pulled up the system log, and when he saw the identity of the guy who had killed them, marked in red font, he couldn't help but curse. Holy crap! A Genestealer! The battle within the chemical refinery had entered its mop-up phase. The players, like a pack of excited hounds, were chasing the scattered cultists who were running helter-skelter. Shouts, the sound of lost gun fire, and the desperate wails of the cultists mingled together, forming a chaotic symphony. Many players, caught up in the thrill of the chase, were almost about to rush out of the chemical refinery's designated combat zone. Just then, a player suddenly let out a loud shout, causing everyone nearby to pause. "Hold on. Everyone stop. Someone encountered a genus stealer." A genus stealer? The players who heard him instantly stopped in their tracks, abandoning their pursuit and letting their prey scramble away. Where did they encounter it? How do you know someone encountered a genus stealer? Another player asked, confused. He had just bayoneted the cultist to death and hadn't yet recovered from the thrill of the kill. The player who first issued the warning immediately explained, "I was slacking off on the forum, and the guy who got wiped out posted about it. It's over at the C3 Catalyst Synthesis Zone. Give me a keyword, I'll go check." Someone nearby immediately responded, also opening the in-game forum interface. A few seconds later, that person's voice also carried a hint of shock. "Holy cow, really?" The post title is Surprise in C3 Zone. Guys come quick, and the poster even has the first closed beta participant golden badge. This news was like a depth charge, instantly detonating within the player community. Quick, everyone hurry and notify others in different places. Don't chase those cultists. They're useless for merit. The boss is spawned. C3 Zone Assembly. C3 Zone Assembly. There's a genus stealer. Repeat, there's a genus stealer. The news of a pure-blood genus stealer appearing in the chemical refinery spread like wildfire through all the players' communication channels. The players, who had been scattered in pursuit, unanimously turned around and swarmed towards the C3 zone marked on the map. The first to arrive at the C3 Catalyst Synthesis Zone was 7 Squad, led by Ogren Kane. They happened to be closest to this area, and among all the players, they were also the most eager for a hearty battle against a powerful enemy. The entrance to the C3 zone was a massive alloy gate, currently ajar, revealing a dark interior filled with a pungent chemical odor. That genus stealers should still be inside. "Should we just guard here and set up an ambush?" a 7 Squad player suggested cautiously, looking at the deep entrance. "What are you afraid of? Just go in." Kane's booming voice was full of impatience. He hoisted his massive metal club onto his shoulder and jogged straight in with long strides. "Watch me flatten that genus stealers with one swing." "Hey, big guy, wait." Another player quickly shouted while rapidly operating his system store interface. "Hold on, I'm buying some high explosives to strap onto myself." Someone nearby immediately quipped, "You're going to become a firefly too." Huh. The heroic scene of Muad'Dib, covered in explosives, using his all-things-equal move to blow the Chaos Sorcerer into oblivion, left a profound impression on every player. Now that another clearly elite-level unit had appeared, many players naturally intended to learn this simple, brutal, and incredibly powerful tactic. After all, death for them was merely a few seconds until they revived on the spot. Deep within the intricate pipes of the C3 Catalyst Synthesis Zone, Rex, a 5th-generation genus stealer, had already heard the approach of 7 Squad. After all, there was an Ogren in the team. Every step that Behemoth took on the metal grate walkway caused a heavy and rhythmic clang that echoed ceaselessly throughout the empty factory. It was almost impossible to conceal such a commotion, so 7 Squad simply abandoned any attempt at stealth. Rex, meanwhile, was silently curled in the shadow of a thick exhaust pipe overhead, like a part of the darkness itself. Soon, Rex saw the human soldiers appear within his sight. The giant leading them swaggered, carrying a seemingly very heavy metal club on his shoulder. For Rex, they had entered perfect striking distance. But he did not attack immediately. He wanted to see if his previous discovery by that team of mortals was a coincidence, or if these Astra Militarum soldiers truly possessed some special detection method he was unaware of. 7th Squad quickly drew closer. They were still, as usual, the team members conversing in low voices, and the Ogryn was even humming an off-key tune, seemingly completely unaware of the deadly killer lurking overhead. Was the previous incident really just a coincidence? Rex pondered in his mind. But out of the caution of a top predator, he did not relax in the slightest. The muscles in his limbs beneath his carapace tensed slightly, adjusting his center of gravity, ready to unleash a deadly blow at any moment. Closer, even closer. The moment the vanguard of the 7th Company stepped into optimal striking distance, the players suddenly launched their attack. The massive Ogryn roared, raising his iron club, while the others instantly raised their lost guns. All attacks, at the same moment, converged without warning on Rex, who was hidden on the pipe above. Indeed, Rex, who was already prepared, easily dodged the attack. His body became a blurry, purplish-black afterimage, moving through the laser beams and whistling fragmentation grenades, landing unharmed on the ground some distance away. But this time, there was no longer any hint of luck in his heart. Instead, there was complete confusion and a trace of vigilance. These mortals indeed had a way to consistently detect him. It seems he must leave one alive to interrogate. "He's down. Get him!" Kane roared, his massive body erupting with astonishing force. He swung his huge club, bringing it down with immense power onto Rex, who had just landed. However, Rex merely shifted his body slightly, and the Ogryn's massive iron club grazed his body as it struck. One of his sharp claws flashed like lightning. With a harsh sound of tearing metal, Kane, along with the sturdy iron club in his hand, was instantly sliced into several pieces. His heavy metal plate armor, which was enough to withstand several rounds of direct lost gun fire, was cut open smoothly as if it were nothing in front of Rex's claw blades. Blood and fragments splattered everywhere, and the Ogryn's massive body crashed to the ground. The other players' attack attempts were equally futile. The laser beams couldn't keep up with Rex's ghostly figure, only carving a series of charred craters on the walls and pipes behind him. "Watch my all things equal," the player who had strapped explosives to himself roared, activating the fuse, and charged forward without hesitation, intending to replicate Muad'Dib's glorious feat. But unfortunately, Rex was not that foolish chaos sorcerer. Facing the approaching mobile bomb, he didn't even make any extra movements. With a slight push from his lower limbs, his entire body leaped back over 10 meters as if weightless, landing steadily in the distance. Immediately after, the players self-detonated with a bang, and countless steel balls and fragments covered the area in a fan shape. Rex crossed his 4 arms in front of him, and with a dense series of dinging sounds, all the flying fragments were easily blocked by his hard carapace, failing to cause even the slightest damage. On the metal walkway of C3, the last surviving player of the 7th Squad looked at the scattered pieces of his teammates on the ground, then at Rex, who was unharmed and elegant in the distance, and suddenly smiled in relief. He cursed directly. "Damn you, game dev. The first boss was taken down by our self-destructs, and now the second sir is agile. Huh? Targeting us, just outright targeting us." Although it didn't quite understand what this mortal was saying, Rex could read from the other's posture that he had given up resistance. It moved with silent steps, appearing like a phantom before the player, and asked in cold, pure High Gothic, "How did you find me?" The player took a deep breath, then spat fiercely at Rex's inhuman face. "Ha tui." Rex tilted its head slightly, easily dodging the futile insult. The next instant, its claw blades cut through with a dark purple afterglow, cleanly slicing the player in half at the waist. Alas, the information still wasn't extracted. With a hint of regret, Rex no longer lingered and began to move rapidly along the pipes. Since the expulsion of those cultists was a foregone conclusion, it intended to leave this chemical refinery immediately and not stay here any longer. However, not long after it started moving, footsteps dozens of times denser than before came from ahead. Rex felt a trace of irritation. How could these mortals come in wave after wave, endlessly? This time, it no longer bothered to conceal its tracks, but instead transformed into a deadly shadow, charging into the oncoming group of humans. A pure massacre began. Limbs flew everywhere, and laser beams and bullets futilely chased its afterimages. Although the players could clearly see Rex through their friend or foe identification system, they couldn't lock onto it, let alone hit it. Damn it, this thing's speed, strength, and reaction. All its attributes are at least 3 times ours. A player roared in despair before being cut in half. Many players also tried to injure Rex by self-destructing, but all undoubtedly failed. Rex had already swept past them and cut them into several pieces halfway through their charge. Soon, all the players realized a cruel truth. Without restricting the opponent's movements, they simply couldn't harm this pure-blood genestealer. On the other side, Rex also felt something was amiss. It had originally intended to kill all these mortals before calmly withdrawing, but it had been continuously slashing for several minutes, tearing apart at least several hundred people with its claws, yet the enemies before it seemed endless, impossible to kill them all. The reason was actually very simple. Under Robert's command, the remaining players gathered before entering the pipe together. Rex always faced a force of over 70 players. At its efficiency, it would take 7 to 8 seconds to kill all these people. This time, however, exceeded the player's respawn time. This meant that before it killed the last player, the first player it had killed had already returned from death, completely unharmed. Under Terrabyte's cognitive filter, Rex could not comprehend the phenomenon of resurrection, which defied common sense. But its battle-hardened instincts also made it realize that these mortals before it were unkillable. So it decided not to entangle itself with these guys any longer. It retreated a few steps, preparing to leap onto the pipes above and leave from a higher vantage point. After all, these mortals couldn't fly. Just as it bent its knees, gathering strength to leap, a heavy thud on the metal suddenly sounded behind it. It was a sound it was very familiar with, having heard it just minutes ago. It was the sound of that Ogren walking here, but at the current frequency, it should be running. If it were just the Ogren's footsteps, Rex wouldn't be too concerned. Such mentally deficient, slow-moving abhumans posed no threat to it. But what made Rex incredibly disbelieving, even causing a momentary pause in its thoughts, was that sound came from behind it. Behind? How could it be behind? Rex was very sure that all living things on the path behind it had already been cut into several pieces, and even the tenacious Nurgle poxwalkers would be unable to rise again, leaving absolutely no sign of life. And this C3 area definitely only had one entrance and exit in front of it. If being discovered before was somewhat normal, as Rex's concealment wasn't some advanced psychic ability, then this sound from behind completely defied logic. Rex's thoughts were disrupted by this utterly illogical event. Being far more intelligent than any of its kin, it fell into incomprehensible confusion for the first time, and its poised, leaping motion hesitated for an instant. And it was this instant of hesitation that cost the seemingly invincible genestealer its life. The newly resurrected Cain let out an earth-shattering roar from behind, spread his arms, and used all his strength to tightly embrace Rex. Rex, reacting, immediately swung its 4 arms, tearing the Ogren's body to pieces again in less than a tenth of a second. But the players in front had already swarmed forward. Bayonets, dueling swords, entrenching tools, a dozen melee weapons struck Rex's body squarely at that moment. Although these mortals' weapons only embedded a few inches into its hard carapace and could move no further, Rex genuinely bled purplish-black blood. This was its first injury. Rex let out an angry shriek, sweeping its claws, instantly severing a dozen human arms holding weapons. All of this only confined Rex in place for a few tenths of a second, but it was enough. Muad'Dib, who had been lurking at the edge of the battlefield, having bundled several melt-a-bombs together, seized this fleeting opportunity. His eyes gleamed with fanaticism as he unhesitatingly lunged forward. Long live the God Emperor! Praise be! Infinite light and heat erupted, melting everything. The terrifying high-temperature environment and flowing liquefied metal left behind after the explosion even caused the players at the epicenter to die and revive more than a dozen times between the respawn point and the battlefield. And Rex, without the protection of a minor deity, naturally transformed completely into boiling solution at the very beginning of the explosion, under the super high temperatures capable of melting tanks. The fate of the Chaos Sorcerer and the Pure-Blood Genestealer proclaimed a chilling truth. When facing players, never show even the slightest flaw. The Helldivers, unafraid of death and advancing in waves, will seize even the smallest opportunity to drag those who seem to hold all the advantages into a shared abyss of destruction.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.